Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Jerome Gayman, your host. Today is the 21st day of August 2025. Second half of the year is slipping by. Today we have an exciting guest. Mr. Fadiga will be here to talk about issues relating to drugs and everything else. Lately, we have been putting the drug issue on the front pages of all the newspapers and all the podcasts. And we need to do more. We need to do introspection. We need to look deep from within. What is going on in Liberia when it comes to drugs? What is the government doing? What are we doing? I saw this morning 2 dead men in their middle ages, in their 40s and early 50s, in Grand Kehleboe County, overdosed. I think one was like 42, one was 53, in the streets. So this drug thing has affected almost everybody, all age groups. A man who is in his early 50s, most likely he's a grandfather. And if the grandfather is a victim, what is happening with his son or daughter and his grandchildren? We observed, we witnessed a drug bust yesterday with several ladies. The ladies had no fear. They were very nonchalant about what was happening. They shrugged it off. The journalists were talking to them. They were laughing. They were being cynical. They were being comical. It's like, well, and I will quote the former senator from Grand Kehleboe County, Honorable Vice Chairman, when he says, "Take me to the Supreme Court. I'm not afraid of the Supreme Court. It's like taking feet to the water." So the drug dealers are walking around, pilling around, acting all cute. I don't know why they were not handcuffs. Because usually in this country, if you are on arrest, even if it's not the usual handcuff, you will be cuffed, either with a tie, the plastic tie, tie your hands behind your back. But these women were just walking around. Looks like they were in familiar territories, like nothing happened. So our guest is going to be here to discuss what he knows, what we can do, and why we are here. How did we get here? On the front page of Front Page Africa this morning, we woke up to this news. The Liberia Airport Authority Deputy Director quits amid corruption scandal and leadership crisis, and management remain mute. We all know the airport is a major transit point for drugs in our country. men and women with conscience will not work in that environment. When packages are flowing in, some people are under the influence and say this this particular package is untouchable. I know who owns this. As long as everybody has some connection, as long as every DEA, LDEA officer has his own favorite crook, as long as every police officer or most police officer or some police officer have their own crook that they protect as their client, we will be like a dog chasing our own tail. Everything else is only charade. So our guest is going to be here. Tomalin George is going to be here. The rest of the guys and girls are going to be here to discuss this issue. That's all we can do. We, as people, they refer to us as talking heads. We do not have state power. We do not have arresting power. We do not have power to persecute. That does not mean we will not talk about it. Yesterday, we read to you from the Liberian investigator that this entire drug, say no to drug issue have become a money-making enterprise. One Miss Amma Giddings had the medical gall to incorporate and basically brand the slogan, say no to drugs. That slogan now belongs to Miss Giddings. She is the sole proprietor. She owns it. She's the CEO. She is the judge, the jury, and the executioner. She is now planning to go and look for money locally, internationally, privately. And she going to decide what happens. So out of this tragedy, some folks have decided to capitalize financially at the detriment of the nation. While our children are dying, while our brothers and sisters are dying, somebody have decided that this is something that will bring in money, and he or she is going to own it. Let me welcome Myean, our...
Yeah, Mr. Gayman, how you doing?
I'm doing very well, sitting pretty here in South Florida. The weather is beautiful. We are doing well. How are you doing in the studio? How is Monrovia?
Well, I'm doing good. We've just been busy all through the day, and then here again on the show tonight. So it has been a wonderful day for my end. This morning went at the King Gray area, where we took patrol around with the Liberia National Police and the LDA, and later came back at the Central, where all of them were put down, and later on we received another information that we should get at SKD, where they will be taken with NTA bus and be escorted somewhere, just like a temporary, for them to be able to gather there for just a few time until they can be able to build the rehab. So today was a busy time, but we will play some of the videos for our viewers, our followers, some of them that were not around when we were covering the incident, most especially our listening audience, who will be listening to some of the songs that were sung by some of our less fortunate brothers when they were carrying them at the area. So if you're ready, just let me know. We will play some of the videos for our viewers and our followers.
Let's go ahead because we have a guest coming today. So
Yeah,
we
yeah.
have
So we have our guest. So I think before he comes on, let's see what we can play. Some of
yes,
the videos. Yeah,
please.
yeah. Because today it was very hectic for us in Dopoh, most especially from the King Gray area. So let me see where I can play this first video for our listening audience. So that one of the things that caught my attention was one of the drugs consumer that was arrested today. This is something that I saw it was horrible for him, but some of them they don't see that as things that will be able to help them. Uh, he have a Hoyan, that's him there, and then he's in the ghetto. So let me see if I can play this.
Community, they are working along with the in the Liberia National Police. So they are now taking it out of the ghetto and turning it over to the Liberia National Police. So this is one of the suspects. Look at it, man. Earlier this morning, tracing out of tracing the drug ghetto, taking it out and taking it over to the national no more you just go there to go where you take. All right. At least go there to keep everything. You want to say? Go there, you'll keep you take. Take it out go there. Yeah, why is it?
So these are all dealers and users of the drugs. they are moving to get into this.
On the door, on the door, on the door, shut the door. I'm a black up right now. I'm black that will come with you. Let's see where it goes, round the road. Let's go.
So the Liberia National Police is actually
Yeah, so Mr. Gayman, that one of the video that I captured today from the rating where the LDA, Liberia National Police, and I can say there are two security forces that we saw there today, both the Liberia National Police and the LDA. That carry on that arrest today. But first, it started with community dwellers. So when the Liberia National Police saw it on the media that people were live from their community dwellers chasing after drugs dealers in the King Gray area, they saw the numbers of dealers and most especially the users that were arrested. But one of the things that caught my attention was that with all of whom that were arrested today, we did not see any high profile dealer that will say, yes, this person is the one who transporting the drugs within the area. This person is the one who's selling the drugs in the area. But the only person that we could identify was a lady who some community dwellers identify her to be the dealer wife. She was also arrested today with some of the dealers. And then the Liberia National Police had a truck full, and then some of them were even in the pickup, and then they were taken at the police station. So as you can see, the photo is on the page there. So as you can see, they were in the truck, filled the big truck, and then they were taken to the Liberia National Police headquarters. And we also went at the that's bypass area where they do some guys that were there. They raid them from there. And then the Liberia National Police, I must admit today, they extremely well. And even from the force we saw there today, or the forces, we saw that the Liberia National Police was in huge number. Then the LDA, who should be there, that they should be able to help the police officer. The police are there to be able to guide in the process, but rather the police were there entering houses, bringing out some dealers, bringing out some people who were arrested there on the scene. Because if you are in that territory, or if you are in that area, and it is there where they sell drugs, anyone that they caught there, you will be handled and carried away, because that particular place is where they sell drugs. So that was one of the things that they had to catch more people from there, because some of them like on the bypass, the old road around the bypass way. People were there around the sea area, to the ocean way. They were like bossing rack. Most of them, the dealers go that side to sell drugs. So they arrested huge number of dealers and also consumer from there. So we have a lot of things going through, but we still are waiting our guests to see whether he can come on and then we can start the conversation. But I think few minutes from now, it's about 9:22 from Liberia. I don't know your time, but it's about 9:22 from our end.
It's 5:22 p.m. here. Let me read this article from Front Page Africa. It says Helena M. Doe Knuckles, Deputy Director of Administration at the Liberia Airport Authority, has resigned, leaving a leadership gap at the Liberia's International Airport. Appointed by President Joseph Yuma-Waka in 2024, Madam Doe Knuckles submitted her resignation effective Friday, August 15, 2025. In her resignation letter, she expressed gratitude for her tenure, but indicated that it was time to pursue new challenges. And she went on to say, the folks say her departure, first revealed in the leaked internal memo, later confirmed by the LLA stating the Deputy Managing Director for Administration, Honorable Helena M. Doe Knuckles, had resigned from her post at the Liberia Airport Authority effective Friday the 15th, or last Friday. While the official reason for her resignation was not disclosed, sources told Front Page Africa that it resulted from deteriorating working relationship within the senior management, including the managing director. Mr. Fadiga, when Mr. Fadiga comes, he will throw light on the difficulties of working at the airport where we have competing interests from different individuals within management. And it is no hidden secret that the airport is one of the major transit points for drugs in the country. So yes, when he comes, I know he will throw light on this if he wants to. We also have on the front page of Front Page Africa, VP Cohn, Speaker Cohn slammed for snubbing the ex-Chief Justice retirement. There's a letter from the VP why he couldn't attend, because he said he had to go to funeral in Ghana. So we have that. And when it comes to the drugs, especially, I'm not impressed. I would like Mr. Fadiga, when he comes, for us to discuss whether there's an actual plan other than we call it showboating in front of the camera, whether actually there's actually a drug plan or rehabilitation plan for these folks. And in some cases, it is illegal to just arrest people arbitrarily because you saw them in an area where drug is being sold. You got no warrant of arrest. If I was in a neighborhood visiting somebody because it's a drug ghetto, you just grab me and arrest me without cause, without warrant. You can't do that. Maybe Liberia is a different country where people are committing crime, and anybody who walks in that area or visit that area is also a suspect for being a criminal. So let's say we agree, we give you the benefit of the doubt that you were doing this honestly. How were you arresting folks and you had nowhere to put them? No plan of action. and you're taking them to SKD Stadium to house them until you can find somewhere to put them. That is ridiculous. And even if you round them up and kept them, are you incarcerating them because they are on substance? Are there treatment centers for these folks? And what happens to them after the 2 or 3 weeks of detoxification? How do you do something we call re-entry? How do you bring them back to society? Do we hire them? Do we find jobs for them? Do we find something for them to do, or return them right where they came from? This is why some of us say the government has to come up with a plan. Arresting people is not a plan. A man who uses drugs is not a criminal. He's a victim. You need to stop the drugs from coming into the country. Who are those that are supplying the poor folks with the drugs? How we are not going after the drug dealers, top management in the drug cartel, middle management, lower management, but you're going after the end users, people who are the victims. How is that possible? I do not give the Liberian police or the LDEA any credit for what they are doing. It's all for the newspapers. There were no news conference to tell you this is our plan of action. Nobody told you we have X amount of property somewhere with medical doctors and psychiatrists that will come in and help. This is the arrangement. No plan. But you round up a few folks and you call the camera, you call the news folks, and you're rounding folks up. I don't know whether they are under arrest. If they were under arrest, I didn't hear anybody reading the Miranda rights. We may have some legal questions that needs to be answered. Can you go to a place, arrest everyone, passers-by, according to what you were saying, everybody that were in your area were arrested, whether they had drugs on them or not? You arrest them arbitrarily, put them in a bus or in a truck, got nowhere to take them, nothing to do, no plan. Few days from now, those same folks will be walking the streets of Monrovia. We'll leave that for later, but let me go to this other story here. It says, UP, MDR, CDC parties offices shut down in vote-rich Nimba County. Story was written in Ganta. Nimba County, in the wake of Liberia recently concluded presidential and legislative elections, residents of Nimba County have witnessed an unexpected concerning development. The offices of major political parties, including the ruling Unity Party, UP, the Movement for Democracy and Reconstruction, MDR, party funded by the late Senator Prince Johnson and the Opposition Congress for Democratic Change have all shut down and remain closed to the public in Nimba. This development is particularly unsettling in Nimba County, a key electoral stronghold, or often regarded as one of Liberia's most vote-rich regions. The closure of these political party offices has raised questions, speculations, and growing frustration among social locals, especially as no official explanation have been given as to why the party is being closed. Party headquarters have been closed. Since the election results were announced, the Unity Party has shut all of its offices, including the crucial county office in Nimba. Citizens who previously rallied on these offices for party-related activities and civic engagement have found themselves locked out with no clarity on when, if ever, the offices will reopen. So Myean, you are from Nimba County. The folks are saying all the offices right after the elections now, all the offices, the headquarters for the CDC, Unity Party, all the political parties are shut down and left. What are the people saying? What are you saying? Myean.
Yeah, Mr. Gayman, you can come again. I was just trying to make sure our guest is already in the back there. So I
Great.
think a few minutes from now we'll try to bring him on. Yeah,
Great.
okay, he's in the back already. So I don't know where we can bring him on, or we can wait for the others.
Yes, let's wait a little bit. See who
Mr.
comes
Gayman, are
up.
you hearing me?
Yes, can you hear me? Can you hear
Mr.
me?
Gayman?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Mr. Gayman?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear
I
me?
think he's frozen. Let me see. Mr. Gayman,
Yes, sir.
are you hearing me?
Yes.
I'm not hearing you. Just try to check your mic where it's muted.
No, my mic is working. I can hear you.
Okay, I'm hearing now.
Yes, my mic is okay. I can hear you.
Okay,
So
I'm
let's
hearing
wait.
now.
Let's give it a few minutes, but let's go over this story from your hometown. I just read about the news out of Ganta City. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm hearing now.
Okay, I just read in the wake of Liberia recently concluded presidential and legislative election, residents of Nimba County have witnessed an unexpected concerning development. The offices of major political parties, including the UP, the MDR, the CDC, have all been shut down and remain closed to the public.
Your mic is muted again.
Yes,
Okay.
what's going on in Nimba? All the political parties, all the major political party offices are shut down.
So, Mr. Gayman, this issue right now is as usual. We are know the only time we. Okay, so let me see where we can put the guest on the show. Okay, he's requesting that we put him on. So let me
Okay,
see.
bring him on.
Let me bring it on. Okay, so so the guest is not in. I think I mean it's on.
I mean, you gotta move your background, the light. We can't see anything. The sun.
Yes, I think I mean to change the location.
Yeah, you gotta change your location there.
Yeah, so like I was saying, this is like what we all know. The only time we see political parties or political institutions running or active is when we see elections are getting closer or elections are around the corner. That's the only time we see politicians start to put together, start to mobilize young people, put the older folks together, and say that they have a party headquarters, they have a party, they have a place where people can be able to meet them, to see them. But now, even in our own district, we cannot even see lawmakers. They are not even living in their own districts. Right now, as we speak, some of our lawmakers they are living on the highway. Some of them are living in other districts. why they left that people stay in the area. Since like normally we can say Liberians when we vote after election, some Liberians don't have time whether lawmakers come to the Dopoh, whether lawmaker comes to they don't have time. All they wants to do is just to vote. After election, they abandon the place and then they let the lawmaker to do their what they want to do, whether lawmaker do it or not. They just want to vote. That's all. Some Liberians they don't get time to do a follow on what are some of the promises the lawmaker made during the campaign, what the lawmaker is doing, what are some. So these are things that we need to educate our folks on. We need to educate our Liberians on because these are the same people that when 2029 comes around or we see 2027 they will start to come together small 2028 they will put together. And 2029, that's the time you see most of them will even come to your Dopoh, come at your house to eat with you, to sit with you, play game with you, do a lot of things with you. But if they are elected, guess what? They will go at the House of Legislature or the House of Senate or even at the Parliament there. When they are there, they see their friends, their crowd, whatever things they are doing. That's the same life style they want to do. They will not be able to think back to say, no, my people, the place I was, it was the same people that are making to be here today. So I think I have to pay attention to them first before thinking about myself. But some of them will not think that way. They will just say, oh yes, the people elected me. I know when I go back to them, they will be able to do it. And they will take just a few, like I will tell people for free in a rural part, the lawmakers who are elected in the rural part, they don't spend plenty of money because they put in the rural part. If you take $100 US, like the current rate right now in Liberia is 200. $100 US will be something around 2,000. I mean 20,000 rather. And that 20,000, you going in a town or you going in a clan where you have over 100 or 200 citizens. Just imagine that number. You giving that 20,000 to that town or that clan. If you give that money to them, the people will be so much happy. If you want, if you even give them the opportunity to put them to put you on a bag, they will do it because for them to see you to say just got that money in 20,000 is a big money for them. So the lawmakers who are in the rural part, they are making a lot of money because they cannot spend like the people who are in the urban area because they put in the urban area. Not everyone will see that money to be looking important. They will not see that money to be valuable because people in the urban area they're doing that work. They're getting more than that money, so they don't have time whether lawmaker comes to that more to give them money or not. All they want is just for a lawmaker to do what they want. But whether you give the people money, they don't have. But people in the rural part, they want money from you. They need something from you. Even you pay road, you pay this, you pay that. They put need something from you. That's why when some lawmakers go to run campaign, if you don't spare money, if you don't waste money, they put see to be like you don't have money, you broke person. They see to be not that person they want. So if you go to run campaign in the rural part, if you don't spare money, if you don't look at what the people do, if you don't donate, give this, give that, the people will not see you to be what they want. They will not see you to be their choice but rather you let the others who are doing the others thing. So that's how the positive runs with me like bro, Mr. Gayman. So we have others on. I think they will just come
Yes.
in.
Thank you very much. Let me welcome Victor Nagbe. Mr. Nagbe, how you doing there, sir?
Hey, Mr. Gayman, it's good to be with you, man. Samson, Ahmed, what's up, buddies? It's good to be here, and also let me welcome
My
our.
my something is not on yet, Mr. Nagbe.
I'm sorry,
Yeah,
Myean,
he
Myean.
just
I'm
okay,
sorry,
yeah.
I'm sorry, Myean. I'm sorry. Yes, Myean. And welcome to our audience as well. Please do share the show and invite a friend. A few of our regulars are here with us. I'm not sure if Mr. Gayman will let me do that now.
Sure, go ahead before we
All
bring
right,
in.
thank you, sir. Martin Willie, and we know he's in South Korea out there.
Yep.
Fix Electronics, welcome, my friend. Vignicius J Bar, Vignicius, welcome.
You don't forget where they coming, where they calling you from.
Yeah, you know what? Hold on, you're right. Martin didn't indicate.
Yeah, but we know where
Uh,
he at. We know he in South Korea.
he's in South Korea. Fix Electronic didn't indicate.
Right.
Um, might be helpful to tell us where you are. Nukru Town. Phoenicians is in Nukru Town.
That's right.
Phoenicians J. Bard Jr. is in Nukru Town. Thanks for joining us from the borough of Crew Town. Also, is that Casey? Casey Johnson. Casey says, Mr. Gayman, I'm Casey Johnson watching you from Cotton Tree, Lower Margibi County. Thank you so much for your motivational talk show this evening. This is from Casey. Appreciating you, my friend, Mr. Gayman. And Seleke Kromah says, good morning. So this person must be on a time difference. Must be
But
at
we'll
least
be on the other side of the world, like
other side
Australia.
of the world. Yeah, either Australia or China or somewhere about. But
That's
thanks
correct.
for tuning in. And
Yes.
back to you, Mr. Gayman.
Yeah, it's Ahmed.
Yes.
I don't know if you're at a bar, but the light is still behind you. And we can bet.
That's the window.
Okay, go ahead.
Many welcome to the listeners, our audience, our supporters, and good to see you all, and the rest of the team.
We can only see your mouth.
You want to see my mouth, or you want to hear what I'm talking?
No, I want to see your whole head. There you go.
Yeah, man. So it's good to be here today. I don't know what are some of the issues on the table, but I think generally, this drug issue in the country now, I think it's taking a different dimension. We see surveillance of citizens moving into the ghettos, doing citizen arrest. We think it's provided because when those things happen, it means that perhaps the citizens have lost confidence within the government apparatus to address it, and to some extent, you want to say the law now has been taken into their hands. So I would think what the government needs to do now is to increase its vigilance so that, of course, that good effort in getting the citizen active, involved in the fight is not abused, before people start maybe lying or attacking other people. So the government needs to step up in that direction. And sadly, fortunately, we heard that the disagreement that ensued between the organizers of the protests, say no to drug protests. I think I understand the Reverend Bishop Johnson or so able to mend fences with them, and I think one of the ladies have already legally registered the organization now as a private NGO for non-for-profit. I think that's one aspect. Then I heard you talk about political party headquarters. I really don't know what the 100% status is, but what I do know is that the CDC has always strived to maintain its sub-regional headquarters in all of the counties. As we prepare for a nationwide county tour in the coming weeks and months, those are things we will ensure completely finalized, and then after the election. So maybe some of those leaves might have been expired or something, but I know most of the time we do our best to ensure that we have our offices in all of the counties. So in the case, particularly in Nema County, that is one office that has never been closed. So I will have to make a check on that as to why. It might be for some other reason. I don't think it could be for rent, but I'll check on that. Yeah. So
Great. Your phone is back to your mouth. We want to see your face. There you go. Honorable Nagbe, we have a guest according to our management team that Mr. Fadiga will be coming on today to discuss the drug issues and other issues within the country. So here we are. I am concerned about civil liberty. As you know, I am a former president of the ACLU, and when it comes to civil liberties, it's very important. I want you to listen to Myean. Can you play that one more time?
Which one, Mr. Gayman?
Just the one where they're putting the people on the truck.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Let me cue you quick.
So what is happening here, Ahmed and Victor, is something again that I consider another publicity stunt. They are rounding up people. Mr. Nagbe, I want you to see this.
So, folks, wherever you're watching us live from, this is the current atmosphere here from Kingsley. This is the current atmosphere here from Kingsley. They are moving in. So, folks, we are here wherever you are watching us live from.
Okay. Let's go to the other one, the other truck, the one with the blue truck, where they were the police were telling the folks they have switch in their hand. They were telling them to get on the bus. I don't know if you had that clip ready, but Nagbe, I'm saying this to say this is not how you address the drug issue. There is no plan. There's no policy. The reporter told us that they grabbed all these people from the street, took them to SKD and said, you will be here until we can find somewhere to take you. This is not how you do it. Your take on this is disturbing. And actual citizens were doing some of the arrests themselves.
Yeah, those people look to me like the end users, and as we have indicated here, time and again, those people are actually the victims if they are the who they think I think they are. I think those are the victims. Those are the people who need treatment, who need to be sent to rehab centers and and rehabilitated. Yeah, I agree with you. Shaming those people and parading them throughout the streets. I think that's not the way to go about it. Those people need help, and I think they should actually be taken and put into centers and detox and giving. Where the focus should be is on the dealers, and I'm waiting for the former director to come in so we can talk about this. I think those are the people. There's a story now emerging from Ganta, where is being reported that a dealer was arrested, one Charles Taylor, and caught with so much drugs and cash, and the man was arrested and turned over to the LDA. The LDA, I believe, turned him over to the local council. I don't know what that is. No, I think that's another story. But the point is that this guy is missing. His vehicle is missing, and there's blame throwing going around. The LDA said is turning over to the Ministry of, I think, Health and local authority, whatever it is. But this person cannot be found, and this is what the problem is. These people, they arrest them and then they release them into the community, and they go out and reoffend. So I think that's where the focus is supposed to be. those people we're looking at it, I don't think those are the people the law should be. I think those are the people who should be giving help as
Can you
opposed to
mute?
being criminalized, and penalized. But I'll pass it on back to you.
Ahmed, you and I know that this is just for the camera. They call the press. They never issue. There was no policy announcement. There was no plan of action. They rounded these people up, citizen arrests, and why you may, and Mr. Myean, can you tell her where they took all these people?
Yeah, so they took some of them from the King Great Ghetto, just right around the ELW hospital, between the ELW hospital and that of the SKD area. And then we have some of them around the Kongotan Bagro area. Some of them were arrested from there. So let me display the pictures of them accordingly. So while the police were arresting some of them, let me see if I can pull this picture up. The picture you are seeing is some of them that escaped the scene before this entire raiding process came about. So when they escaped the scene, or how they started like a protest right at the SKD Sport Complex, right before the SKD Sport Complex, they were protesting, asking the government to be able to help them build a rehab, and then also they were requesting that government put stop to illegal jobs within the country. And then I interviewed some of them. They said that we have some government officials, where he did not name the government official, but he told me personally that some government officials that within the government, this current government that is working within the government, senior government official who is also a resident of that area where I'm doing background investigation. Who is that person? But hopefully we'll come up with that name. But we are doing some background investigation. Disclose to all that or senior government official. Some of them they can go out there to him, but he usually bring the drugs in and then give it to them for them to be able to sell it. So he's not selling, but rather when you bring it in country and give it to them for them to be able to sell it. That's why he told me. So I asked him for the person name. He said he cannot be able to disclose the person name, but he just gave me the information. So he was like afraid to do a live recording. Well, it was back camera, off the camera was when he informed us. But we are doing some background investigation. Hopefully, we hope to bring out that person name, but we are doing some background investigation carefully.
Uh, Ahmed, we talked about if the deputy DEA director, if the deputy director of LDEA can say the executive, the judiciary, he said from the executives down to the judiciary, they are all benefiting from this drug thing. And you hearing this, then you see the police and LDEA on the street grabbing the victims. And then they took them to the SKD. They got nowhere to put them. There's no plan. They said they will host them there until they can find somewhere to take them. Isn't this what we are talking about? This is just the flow show is for the camera.
I mean, obviously, if that is the approach to the fight, then it means that we will be losing a fight on day one, because um, while it is true that if you don't have people who are consuming the product, it may have no market, but I think the target should focus on first preventing it from getting into those hands, focusing on the drug dealers. And part of the reason why that might be a challenge is because if we don't dismiss what the DEA deputy director said, and who is an authority on the matter more than him when he said to us that within the corridors of government there are people who are connected and beneficiary of the drug trade. It would suggest therefore that policies and actions that will attack the sources might be minimum. And so, yeah, so when somebody suggests that today's action is more of a showmanship than an actual fact, you can't blame them for saying that, because, of course, there have been a general indictment on the government, and we haven't seen any serious action. And I think that is why you're seeing citizens themselves going to the community to do their arrest, because what it says is that there is no confidence within the government to fight it. Two, it also support the allegations that within the corridors of power are people who control the drug trade. So citizens now knowing that their children, their communities are the one being victimized with this, decide to take the matter into their own hands. Now, if we must approach this thing, there must be a serious approach to rehabilitation as well. You know, arresting people for a few hours, putting them under the sun, only to send them back. For some of those people, they are addicted. They are addicted. They until they get treatment, they cannot live with all that thing. So you may keep him for 2, 3 hours. By the time you let him go, he goes to any extreme to find him. That's when they go to the extreme of the drugs, because when they cannot get access to the ones that they usually then they go to anyone. I heard there were times they were even taking the dead bones from the grave, burning it up and smoking it in the aluminum foil. I heard that before. I don't know how true that is, but the point I think we are emphasizing is that government approach to the issue of drugs now should go beyond all the funfair, the protests, and there must be a concrete approach that will largely also take into consideration the issue of rehabilitation. And rehabilitation cannot be led with private. It cannot just be a private venture. I understand the long hour. No, it must be something that the ministry, either the Ministry of Health or DEA jointly, must have something concrete and solid that these people will go to. Other than that, I mean, as they said, they dying every day, the death will only increase. But more than anything else, why it is true, it's good to arrest people who taking drugs, hold them accountable. But I think we also need to increase the effort on those who bring in the drugs. The fact that those things go through our airport and through our border, particularly to the airport, and seaport where it is expected that it is well mined. So, so we need to take this serious, and the government needs to stop this. Every day we say we don't need to politicize, but the government action is oftentimes not too far from that.
Thank you. Let me welcome the Honorable King George I. Tomalin Chief, how you doing, Chief?
Hey, boss, how are you, man? How to see you? Good to see Mr. Nagbe, Myean, and Hamed. Good to see you.
What's up, Chief? Welcome.
Also to our many viewers. That's why the issue about this drug is important. We're talking about it, and we will be having tonight the former deputy DEA boss. Hopefully he can come and share what's causing them the fight on drugs to be so hard. And because some of us say that whenever I see they're arresting the end users, those who are trying to sell it, I don't think that they shouldn't. They're not there alone in it, because somebody is pushing them to do it. If they won't be brave to be traveling with all these things when they know that somebody is not involved, like the deputy boss said, the thing is I mean, from the past 3 governments, the Ellen government, the We Are government, and this government, people are involved. Some big high ups are involved, and we need to get to the bottom to find out what's happening. Because why no drug user in jail? They're not serving no prison time. Why? They catch these people. Next thing we see, they people are back in the street. You think if they were fighting on this drug issue, we'll be having this thing. They will stop it, because no action has been taken. You saw a $100 million drug case during the last administration. It just went. And then this new government came to power, and they ran on the issue about Kush, say that CDC were bringing Kush in the country now. Today again, it's a new drug. What do they call the new one? They got a new one on the market now
The name is Spark and Die.
Spark and Die now. So, and somebody involved. Until you can grab one of these big people involved, they will continue. If John Brown is a top official of government and he's involved, and you grab him, trust me, it will change. But right now, that's what's happening. And it's a sad thing that there's only a few people are being caught, and the real actors who are behind it, the real drug lords, are sitting right there. And hopefully, Mr. Fadiga can share with us, somebody we can push him, we can push him, let him share with us what he know, because I'm sure, as a former deputy official of operation, I'm sure there are information that he has to his advantage that he perhaps can share, for the fact that if he loves Liberia, he want to share, make sure that the country before is seen. So he was on earlier, but I think he waited for some time, but as hopefully we'll see him because he will come back. But he was just asking, so look forward to him coming and let us get to know what's happening.
Great, Mr. Nagbe, let's talk about civil liberty here. Can you just walk into a neighborhood and just round up everybody that in that neighborhood without a warrant, and you just without reading the Miranda right, and just scoop them up and put them in a bus and take them nowhere to take them, and you take them to the stadium and say, we'll keep you here until we find someone? Is it legal? Can you do that?
Absolutely not. You can't do that. And if you did that here, you'll be sued to your teeth. You can't do that. And this is the lack of planning we're talking about, lack of, inadequate training. They throw in the dragnet, and there's absolutely there are no perimeters. You can't do that if you don't have a warrant. You can just go and pick people up, need a willy and take them in. You gotta have, a reasonable cause for picking these people up. But I don't know if that is what happened. But I agree with you and agree with Chief. These people, I think I may also pointed that out. Those people we're looking at, those are the victims, and they're being doubly victimized. They're the victims, of these peddlers, and now they're the victims of our authority, the state operators. And we need to reorient our focus. We're looking in the wrong direction. Those are not the people who are bringing $100 million worth of drugs and stuff. I think those are the people. I just saw they releasing the chat room, Tremendal, and I believe Shisha, are now being banned. I don't know. Maybe they will help. Shisha, is a recreational, people use those things. I don't know if you can really get addicted from using shisha. Again, I'm not an authority on this, but I know. I've seen young people use shisha a lot. But I know I've seen young people use shisha a lot. Yeah, so but at least apparently this is an attempt being made now. But again, we were on the show last night and we had a major voice on the platform, Mr. Malva, controlling, I believe, 5 radio stations or so.
No, 86.
Exactly. Thank you very much. I think he said they speak about 12 different dialects or something like that.
Yeah.
On his network, reaching, with such a powerful, long reach, and apparently there's absolutely no government presence on these radio stations. I think they're supposed to utilize these stations, and sensitizing the people and explaining to them the dangers inherent in this drug use and all of that. I hope they will do that. It just seems to me like the campaign by our people, to stamp out this thing is just so feeble and so I don't, it's just very underwhelming to me. It's really it's disheartening. Lip service and all that. Then we were reading here on the very network again yesterday, the collusion all over, at all levels. Even the campaigners themselves now are becoming compromised and consumed by this. We were reading about this lady, Ms. Giddings, who apparently has taken upon herself and taken over the entire Say No to Drugs campaign and has personalized this thing and is converting it to her own private benefits. How do we do these things in Liberia? How? You cannot do this. I don't think you can do this anywhere else. But yeah, I'll give it back to you. And, it's just really disheartening.
Okay, I think the guest is ready. I see people who are. So let's bring him on.
Okay. He got a lock. You lock him up.
I see folks who don't usually. I don't be watching the show tonight. Apparently, this guy, maybe 1 year.
I know you're already talking to us from prison.
Yeah, I see he got a lock. So he either lock himself up or they lock him up.
Oh, hold on.
Mr. Fadiga. Mr. Fadiga got a big lock on his gate. So, Chief, can you open that lock?
Yeah, I think he's working on it. But it's good. Mr. Fadiga is here, and so look. But as soon as he's ready, we'll get started right away. Okay. Okay. He's here now. Then I see him. He's up here. Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Mr. Fadiga, can you flip your phone so we can the other way? You are hurry. There you go. There you go. Thank you. I mean, you've been doing it here for a long time now.
No, my phone is. I try to use my PC, but my phone is connected to it, so it's a little bit.
I see VIP tend to brag.
How's my angle? Is it okay?
Yes, perfect. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are joining us, I am Jerome Gayman. I'm actually sitting here in South Florida. Mr. Fadiga, once in a while, you got to come to the real United States, come to South Florida, come to Miami, the real Miami, and have some fun.
The last time I was down there was, I think, during the Stanton case.
Oh, yeah. I remember seeing you.
only over there.
He was there too. Yeah, I remember he was there. Yeah.
Well, we are glad to have you on here because the topic today is everybody's topic. This drug thing has become it's one of the topics now that is affecting every home, every family, every mosque, every church, you name it. So much so that the deputy director of the LDEA came and said from the executive to the judiciary, everybody has some connection with drug because there's a lot of money and everybody want to make money. Let me welcome Siafa Diggs. I'm sorry that we didn't welcome you. Welcome, and then we go to our guests. So, Mr. Fadiga, this is troubling. Just before you came on, I think it was Tomalin George that sent us this press release from the Ministry of Health, Republic of Liberia, and it says the Ministry of Health announces the intensified enforcement of Part 5, Chapter 41 of the Public Health Law, Control of Narcotic Drugs, which strictly prohibits the possession, sale, or distribution of prescription or non-prescription drugs. And it went on to name the drugs, and it begins with all opioids, morphine, codeine, tarbine, heroin, hydromorphine, hydrocodone, morphine, fentanyl, you name it, they went down. All the drugs. It said the Ministry of Health urges health professionals to strictly adhere to the prescription and dispensing guidelines. Pharmacists, community leaders, persons of interest, religious organizations, institutions to raise awareness about the harm of this. This is from the Ministry of Public Health. Just a few hours ago, somebody sent this to us. So talk to us about this drug. We are talking heads. This is all we're talking about. You have been on the ground. We're talking about in the trenches, hand-to-hand combat. That's why you did talk to us about this drug thing in Liberia.
Well, the drug situation in Liberia is extremely bad. And I must commend the health ministry for taking that bold step, but we still have work to do. We have a lot of work to do with respect to the drug issue, and I cannot stress it enough. Having been on the ground, having worked with a team to combat drug crime, I saw it. I saw the devastating effect of drug firsthand. And as someone who has worked
both as a treatment specialist and then working in the law enforcement role as an intelligence analyst. I came to this fight with diverse experience, and it hurts me to see that our policymakers are not paying more attention to the drug thing, because what I saw, it is scary. And we have been sounding the alarm a long time. I'm glad that we are getting on board, but I don't think we are doing more yet to tackle this problem. And the thing about drugs, it cannot be politicized. You cannot wear wash it. You cannot put a mask to it, because they are real victims. They are real people that have been involved with the drug. And there are a lot of families that are also being affected by this drug thing. So there's no way you can put a spin. The best approach is to hire the right people, the expert that will be able to do it the right way. Anything short of that is a joke.
Okay, well, today we saw a film where they are arbitrarily arresting folks, rounding them up, and then we heard they took them to the SKD and they had nowhere to take them. I know you as a drug professional, you know that is not how it works. We need to have a policy in place. We need to have a plan. While you were down there, what were your policy? What was your prescription or suggestion to the government as to how we could deal with this?
That's a good question, but let me take time to break it down and
Please do. Take your time
a little bit. So the first thing here is, most of the people that were running up today, the public gonna see them on the street in the next 48 hours or a week. They're gonna be back in the street. The public gonna get frustrated, and the reason is those in charge are not explaining to the public the process on how this works. So on our law, possession of small quantity for use, you are considered a victim. Most likely the court will prescribe rehab or other program for you to go through. Those with a large quantity is what the law found on. So possession with intent to sell, distribute. When you have that, the law prescribe 10 to life in prison for that. And that crime is non-bailable. And there's also a forfeiture component to that. So your house, your car, any proceeds that derive from that drug sale, the government can confiscate those things, those property or asset, and they can be sold. 50% of the profit will go to the government cover, another 25% will go to DA, and another 25% will go to any rehabilitation center. So we have a law in place that can be able to help reduce the drug situation. But I think we need to do it the right way. With that said, I also want for the public to know that when you arrest somebody, there's a chain of custody. The evidence is going to be adduced in court. If you round up about 100 people, there's no way you're going to charge 100 people. What are you going to charge them with? So the court going to be overwhelmed. So we need to do it the right way. While it is true that arresting these people is a show of strength, it doesn't solve the problem, the drug problem. The main drug dealers are driving fancy cars, they are living lavishly, and they are laughing. Until we start arresting the Lebanese people, until we start arresting the Nigerians, the Fula people, and other people that we know that are bringing the drug in, we're not getting anywhere. But again, I must commend the police for the effort, but it is not the solution. Arresting those people is not a solution. Sooner or later, they're going to be back on the street, and what next?
Great. Chief, any question for our boss, man? You know, I'm a Bassa brother now. We're all from Bassa, so you got to be easy.
Mr. Fadiga, it's good to see you. It's good that you are here to find out what's going on. But let me say this. First of all, let me say, my question is, you were just recently the deputy director of the DEA, and I'm sure you are close. You have a lot of information about this whole issue on drugs. And we should be honest. If we love Liberia, want to help our country, I mean, we call these people out. Maybe I don't know, but I would love for you to let Liberian people know who behind these things, because I'm sure the deputy DEA boss, when he reviewed last week about the people involved himself from the executive, the judiciary, the legislature, I'm sure he know what you're talking about, and you were in that position. I'm sure you're aware too. Who are these people? And maybe again, I don't know, but for the fact that you're a private citizen now, I'm sure you can share some of the information with us. So tell us. So maybe you call the people name and call them out. I'm sure it will help. Because honestly, I was just telling the guys, the people they're catching, the other people are just the tip of the iceberg. Because for the fact that they continue every day, you say when they put an NJ, after a few days they're out. So you think the fight is like doing the same thing over and over, expecting different results. So I don't know where we're going, but help us. Who are the people behind this drug business? Who are they?
So before I answer that, let me clarify something. So when I talk about this, these people are going to be out in the street, is because the evidence that were gathered and the way it was done, most likely when they go to court, they're going to throw these cases out. The law is clear. Possession of large quantity of narcotic with intent to distribute, it carry 10 to life. It's not billable. Most of these people, from all indications, they were probably low-level drug users that they may find few raps with them. On our law, even when I was at DA, we're arresting these people, but what we did was we profile them. So we create a picture of them, we get their name, their biometric, and then we profile them. Most likely we're not send them to court because of the amount of or the quantity of drug they were in their possession. And I suspect a similar situation with those people that were arrested today. So most likely you're going to see them back in the street, and the public might think that they are on the street because they bribe the police. It's nothing a bribe. It's just the policy that they have that people with low quantity of drugs are not forwarded to court because the judges frown on that, and the prisons are overcrowded, and they don't want to deal with that. They want to deal with the hard stuff. Now, to answer your question, I cannot sit here and tell you Paul Brown is involved in drugs or Mary Moore is involved in drugs. What I can tell you is the drug situation in Liberia, there are bigger hands that are behind it. And if we want to fight it, we need to spend money on intelligence. We need to train our agents. We need to provide logistics for them. We need to pay them fair wages for them to be able to perform their duty effectively. Anything short of that, again, is a joke.
Yeah, but from where you sat before, and I've worked with a deputy security boss who was for operation before, and the intelligence that they receive the top intelligence. I'm very sure that you receive intelligence of people. I mean, share all the names of people that you've been hearing about.
I still receive intelligence to this day. But I can tell you this much, and I'm not being political. Based on what I know, majority of the people that are involved, that are bringing in the drug, that are introducing drugs into our country, they are not government officials. They are business people, permanent business people. Some of them are philanthropists. Some of them, they are big names that people know. They are not in government. Where the government come in place is that the government, some people in government may give them cover, protection, and that's why they enjoy. But largely, most of the importer of drugs in our country, they're not in the government. They are not government officials, senior government officials. I think the director misspoke, and he tried to walk it back. And I won't fault him. Sometimes, especially in this setting, people get nervous. But based on what I know, most of the people that we know that were involved in the sale of drugs, they are not senior government officials.
Wow. Okay, let me go to where Mr. Nagbe. Mr. Nagbe, you were next here. Your question to Mr. Fadiga.
Mr. Former Director, it's good to have you back again.
Mr. Nagbe, thank you, sir.
Yeah, when the lock was on your screen, I got people texting me and they say whether the AB or trying to lock you out. I don't know what you said.
No, my brother cannot do that. My brother cannot do that. I know you will be happy for me to be on the show.
Absolutely. We heard you guys, you smoked the peace pipe, so that is also good news.
Definitely, the community leaders got involved, and we are still talking. We're not there yet, but we're making progress.
That's good. That's good. Congratulations on that front. So I was really concerned about, you know, the hidden hands behind this epidemic, and I hear you dismissing the current deputy director, Guy Fokpa's assertion that there are real big names that are involved in this trade. I mean, the press is naming the president's son as being one of those people who what should I say, you know, who is palling around with these dealers. He's one of the people who's giving him cover. I know you're very professional, and I understand you would not speak of anything you know nothing about. Exactly. But yet I'm struggling trying to square what you're saying with what the current sitting deputy director is alleging. He's not, I mean, he's out in the public. This was not a locker room talk situation. So I want you to really, I want to give you the opportunity again to reflect on what you're saying and square that off against what he is saying. You know, I'm struggling there, as I believe many people are too. You asserting that you don't believe government officials are involved here. These are philanthropists. You know, I get that, but that may have been during your time, even though it hasn't been too long ago. But this sitting director is saying there are big names from the judiciary to the executive to the legislature. These are the big people who are giving cover to these dealers. What do you say to that?
With respect to cover, I said it here. They might be getting cover or protection from some of these officials, but largely when it comes to the importation of drugs into Liberia, there are business people, permanent citizens, private citizens that are bringing drugs. What I want for you to understand with the drug trade, drug is a means of economic sustenance for a lot of people. The common people that sell the racks, that sell the little drugs, they sell it to pay their kids' school fee. They sell it to live. That's what they do. That's how they live. That's how they feed their family. Then we have the higher level of drug dealer. Those guys that import the drug into the country and sell it to these people for them to sell it retail. These are the people that we need to focus on. And in order to get those people, it would take real professional. It would take intelligence. You have to be a rock solid case for us to be able to indict them. It cannot happen if you don't have the right people in place. It cannot happen if you don't have people with integrity and character to fight this stuff. With respect to the president's son, prior to me, when I was at the DA, there is no evidence whatsoever to suggest that any of the president's kids were involved in the job. And I'm being honest. Maybe people are hiding it from me, but nobody gave me any information whatsoever.
Great. Let me go to Mr. Deeks. You've been on for a while. You're quiet. You're looking at your gadgets. Any question for the brother?
Mr. Fadiga, how you doing? Welcome to the show.
Yeah, how are you, Mr. Deeks?
Yeah, I got a question to ask you that pertaining to your time at DA. I know there was some misunderstanding with you and then DA head Seleke Kromah. I think you did some personnel changes at the post, and then I think those changes were reversed. So let me ask you: at the DA, you were deputy for operations, right?
Yeah, deputy director general for operations.
Yeah. So was that, and then internal policy or standard operating procedure on how men are moved around from different posts?
Okay, so as director for general for operation, My duty involves making recommendations for satellite commander, all the different commanders in the Lee War and in Montserrat County. So I will make a list of names that's supposed to be sent to those positions and forward it to the Director General for approval. Did I answer the question, or do you want?
No. The
it was part of my duty to.
Yeah, the reason I'm asking those questions because
to the Director General for approval. So I make the list of the satellite commanders, the different, or what you call zones and depots around the different commanders, the OPS and the EOs, all these positions. I create the list and forward it to the Director General for approval.
Okay,
thank you.
The reason I'm asking is that when the confusion started at the DA, that was one of the point of contention, that you reassign somebody at a post and then Commander A.B. Kromah or then Director A.B. Kromah reverse it, and that was some of the point of confusion there. So that's why I asked, just to get clarity on that.
Yeah.
Step there. Thank you.
Great. Let me pass it on over to the Chief. Tomalin George, it's your turn. Gentlemen, you have to excuse me. I got an urgent thing to do, and the Chief is going to take it.
I already asked. So, Mr. Nagbe,
he's turning over control to you. He's turning over control to you, Tomalin.
The Nagbe in control. Let him take control of the show.
Am I not in the show?
The Nagbe, if take off from Mr. Gayman.
We want to go out tomorrow?
No, they were turning over control.
All right. Thank you, Chief. And thank you, Chief. And I hope Jerome is okay.
But am I not in the show?
You're in the. We can see you and hear you, Ahmed. You're here with us. Okay. Seva, did you land completely?
And then the second part is that. So everything you said about this war on drugs, and you said, I mean, there were always things that there was accusation that within the DAA, there certain officers or certain high-ranking officers were compromised. But then, I mean, the drug is an epidemic. At any point in time, did you guys ever thought about creating a national task force that include other part of the joint security? Because, I mean, that's, you got immigration with border crossing, you got police, you got NSA for intelligence. I mean, at any part of time, were there any plans to create a task force that would tackle this drug problem?
Well, the DEA is in charge of fighting drug crime under our law. The DEA is the only agency right now that, in concert with the postal service, can open a cargo in Liberia. The DEA agents are protected from prosecution under our law when performing their duty. The DEA needs to be revamped. That's all. The DEA has a lot of shady people in the DEA that shouldn't be there. And I'm going to be frank and honest with you. I would say it would sound alarming. 95%, I mean, quote me on this. I said 95% of the people in the DEA have close ties to drug dealers. The staff at the DEA probably are close to 505 something. And I'm telling you, about 95% have close ties to drug dealers. Do the math. We need to start from there. I came from the U.S. and working as a law enforcement professional. In the U.S., our mindset as a law enforcement professional, when you tell somebody that you're a law enforcement professional, they look at you with utmost respect because they know you have done background check and they know you come to the table with integrity. If any of your colleagues have any inclination or suspicion that you are dirty, they look at you differently. You don't even want to be in that position. If somebody have the power to harm you, they're going to harm you. They don't even want to see you. They will spit in your face. So they created a culture that if you are dirty, you're not worthy to be in our midst. You're not working for anybody to even speak to you or talk to you in any way, shape, or form, because of your action, because of your unprofessional conduct, because of your unethical behavior, a lot of officers might not go home to the family. So because of that, we created a culture of resisting against anyone suspected of being corrupt or shady in our range. So coming to Liberia and working in that environment, for example, we are about to go on a raid. I put people in Moscow, prepare them for us to go execute a raid. Before we get to the ghetto, the dealer is already aware that we are about to come. Come there. And this happened multiple times. Before we go anywhere, they already know. Other than know, they already called in. They already making phone calls to this ghetto. All the things undermine our effort. So it's a difficult thing, but we can get it right if we muster the courage to hold people accountable. There's a common phrase in Liberia, and they always coin these crazy phrase. Somebody will come to me and say, that man, I saw him giving job that money, but the way job anyhow, I don't want to call him because I don't want for him to lose a job. You hear that from among educated people, uneducated people students. I mean, every sector, you hear that people saying that. People do not want to rat people up because job business is hard in Liberia, and nobody want to be the cause of another person losing their job. Can you imagine that? Just imagine that mindset. And this mindset is not just one person having that kind of mindset. That is the kind of thing that we are dealing with. If you are suspected or people around you believe that you are so principle-minded, people are afraid to work with you. People don't know what you would do. They don't know whether you're here with pop and you're gonna be reporting them. They don't know it. In fact, they try to blacklist you, not because you are doing the wrong thing, but because they feel uncomfortable with you around, and because they don't want the status quo to change. This is the kind of thing we are dealing with. And in order to fight drug crime in Liberia, we need to go to the root cause of the problem. You cannot be paying DA agent $90, $100, $110, sector here, $200, and you expect to fight drug crime. It's a joke.
Thank you, Director. And I hope Jerome is okay back there. But I'd like to also welcome on set Mr. Jackson Seaton and also Mr. Sylvester Pewee. I don't believe Jackson has gone. So, Jackson, you will go with your two, and then we'll go to Mr. Pewee. And then we'll come back to you, Ahmed. Are you okay there, Mr. Sidon? We can't hear you.
My mic.
I think we can hear you now. We can hear you.
We can hear you now. You're clear.
No, you muted again. You went back.
You are muted again, sir.
Am I on now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Former Director, for coming on, and I'm happy to be here. I listened to you carefully, and you made some salient points, and some of the points you made is that, number one, most of the petty drug dealers, they sell drugs to take care of their family. The next session is that there are big hands in the drug trade in Liberia, and some of those big hands are being shielded by government officials, and they have connection in high places. And you also talk about if you are honest in the workforce with respect to the DEA, people look down on you. People don't want to deal with you. People feel skeptical when you are around. Now, looking at all of these, do you think we can really fight drug in Liberia?
Yes, we can fight drug. And I will tell you how we can fight drug. There's so many factors or so many things we can do to help to fight the drug. I will give you one example. Our borders. our different interests win. Both water sides are hot zone. We all know that. Both water side, I don't know what these Sierra Leoneans are doing, but it is important for us to start having a serious dialogue with our Sierra Leone counterpart. Most of the drugs that are killing our youth, they are coming from both water side. The kush, the dangerous one that they keep ODing on or overdosing on, are coming from both water side. It's coming from there, they're killing it. Both water side is a porous border, but besides that, they are coming directly through the border. Every day, every night, they are coming from there. The Freeport of Monrovia is another gateway. That's where you get a hard substance that are coming into the country. The Freeport of Monrovia and the RRE. Now, let me tell you a lot of things with the Freeport. DEA, we are in charge of fighting drug crime. It will interest you to know that of all the agencies at the Freeport of Monrovia, DEA is the least. When I mean the least, the LRA has access to tracking shipment, tracking container, and tracking other things that come in. DEA do not have access. DEA do not have the authority to even sign any of those manifests, those shipping manifests. That's how disrespectful it is when it comes to DEA. The office of the DEA is far away from the main port, away somewhere in some corner. We spoke with the UNODC during our tenure, and they wanted to create a mini office in the port itself, and they were going to provide some equipment. It's about small equipment which costs about $50,000 to be able to help us. Now, you have a free port where $100 million worth of drug came through, and DEA do not have full access to that free port. DEA agents do not have full access to that. Oh, it even get better. At least we have some space at the free port. The port of Greenville and Harper, DEA agents do not have access to that port. The port of Greenville and Harper, we do not have access to that port. The port of Buchanan will have some form of access. How can we fight drug if the agency in charge of fighting drug crime is treated like a second-class citizen, like some security guard? You need to empower the DEA. You need to provide the necessary logistic. You need to provide the necessary training. And then we can start the conversation of enforcement. We still playing catch up. We haven't started anything yet. Is the situation and the reason I'm bringing it up, not to bash anybody, but to speak to the consciousness of our policy maker for them to know where the problem is and how we can mitigate this problem. Because the drug situation in the country, my brother, if we don't act now, in the next 10 years, it's going to be irreversible. The effect is going to be irreversible.
Mr. Director, could you throw a little bit more light on that when you say you have no access to the port of Greenfield and the port of Kepamas? Port of
Greenfield and Harper, DEA agents will be stationed in that port to be able to inspect cargo, check shipping, and monitor activity there. They don't. DEA do not have access. Even the people of Monrovia, DEA agent, you will see all the list of agencies that will sign the container and stuff. DEA agent don't. There's no spot there for DEA.
And is that because of lack of manpower? What is it?
We've got a manpower. The man is clear that I did not allow them to do the manpower. Is that not? I don't think I'm manpower.
Is there coordination? Is there coordination between the DEA and the other security apparatus in the country?
What I can tell you is this: the NSA play a huge role in fighting drug crime. We got the NSA. I respect the NSA a lot. Based on my training and experience, the NSA is one of the most, in my opinion, that I respect, law enforcement agency in Liberia that I respect. We got a lot of information from the NSA. The NSA have been helping a lot, so there have been coordination with the NSA and other, even the Liberian National Police. But again, it need to go farther than that.
All right. Well, thank you. I guess we say access. Mr. Sidon, I guess did you put your last question? Did you?
Yeah. That was my last question. What are the coordination between?
All right. Thank you. Thank you, the director.
And the LDA.
Okay. Mr. Pewee, Sylvester, your turn.
Yeah, thank you. A wonderful wavelength to you, Fadiga. Bienvenue, let me put it that way. Let me first and foremost say thank you for your brief service to the DEA in Liberia. On a serious note, we up to always pay great tribute to people that serve our country, and I respect you for that. That's part of what unfolded between you and your former boss. But I think, let me say thank you for your service. You said something that I'm currently when I'm seated. I'm terrified and petrified about that. That 95% of those that serve in the DEA currently, they are all rotten apples. Very concerning. Very much. Especially someone that served as the deputy for operation. If you've seen these things, we ought to be very concerned as people. So, ma'am, my brief question, I want you to comment on that. What is it that you think we can do to reverse that, so that we bring some level of integrity in that particular institution on the men and women that are there, that are trained to stop this terrible thing of drugs? How can we change that? At least to reduce it by the first 60% or 50%. How can we go about that first? I want to ask, because you served it.
That's a good question. Let me put it this way. An agency poor performance or not working in accordance with the law is the reflection of the leadership. I'm saying this to say that if you, as head of that agency, you can inspire your people, you can hold them accountable, trust me, a lot of things will change. And I will give you an example. At the DA, when we got there, when we go down a raid, those agents will put backpack on the back. Before we get down to proceed to the site will be ready, they have already gotten there. They are already stolen people's phones, people money. Some of them they beat the crap out of people, and all these things were happening. We had to come back and teach them the right way to do it. And those that violated it, right in the public, they were reprimanded. They were disrobed and forwarded to the board for investigation. With time, it started to change because the mindset was the director is straight. You can't do that when you do that when you lose your job. So people started to have to rethink when they want to give unethically. You have to be consistent in holding people accountable. Not just one day you hold somebody accountable and you are selectively holding people accountable. You have to be consistent. You have to be fair in doing it. That's the first thing we need to do. We need to clean up DEA. We need to hire more people. There is no way we can win the war on drug with the current staffing at the LDE. We're not going to fire everybody from the DEA, but I can tell you this much. The reason you see people agent behaving unethically is because nobody is holding him or her accountable, and the system is rotten. If you as head, you call all your men, You treat them with respect and dignity, and you also be very clear with them. If I catch you involved in recycling job, you out of a job. And you fire 3, 4, or 5 people, everybody will get in line. You cannot do that without a fair wage. When nowadays we wrote, I helped draft the budget. In the budget, I recommended that the least pay for DE agent should be $400, and then people with college graduate should be $5, sector head 7, and upward. I propose that we increase the manpower to at least 2,000, so we are about at least 1,500. When we are recruiting, we are looking for college graduate. We are looking for outstanding citizens in the community. The duty money states that the hiring criteria for the DA is between the age people, agent or people between the age of 18 to 30. Maybe we could increase it to around 37, and we properly vet people. But in Liberia again, if you are doing this thing, other people will come to corrupt the system. You will not even believe it. When we were vetting, there were drug dealers that were sending people to go and take them.
Yeah.
And there were people to come to get to that power. DA has been the era for reject from the police and other agencies, and they just kind of dump them there. We can clean the DA. We can make the DA respected again with the command person, the way they dress. Another thing, you will be surprised. I've never seen this before. The badge that DA carry. The local vendors are selling our badge, the DA badge. Local vendors are selling DA badge.
Wow.
That's tell you how far we are from getting this right. We need to change they need to change the badge. They need to fire certain group of people. They're not supposed to be anywhere near DA. And not only firing, they need to be prosecuted. The more people you prosecute, people will get in line. With the port of Greenville and Harper, I spoke at that time. I spoke with Senator Pewee. He the chairman, I think, on Maritime, and he told to write a memo. Immediately, he was going to put it on the floor for them to grant out access. So all of these things can be done. We have the legislature that can play the part. We have all the things in place prior to the unfortunate incident that took place. So we were going to get access to the port of Greenville and Harper. We're working on full access to the port or the free port of Monrovia. The Bow Waterside area is crazy. It's difficult to explain it. You have to see it first thing. If you have been to the Bow Waterside area and you see some of the cars that come from that place, the way the cars are loaded, it's practically impossible for anybody to search your cars. I think it's deliberate, and we have to be able to find a way to be able to search your car. Either we have agents escorting the car to their destination and we open it to check it, or we have some scanner that will be able to check the car. Now, the ARA too has that own problem. They believe that if we take longer time to search the car at the border, it will be denying the government revenue. But again, there's a criminal syndicate at that place too that needs to be. They need to move people around at the border. There's so many different strategies we can adapt to be able to fight crime. Besides the intelligence, we need to go after people and we need to hit them hard. And then other people will start getting in line.
Yeah, I would take this time. I would take this time again to just briefly come up with a brief comment, and I'll ask you the last short question on that. You made mention about the free port, the port of Harper, the port of Greenville, and that you guys don't have exclusive access to those ports. And that is actually unfortunate on a serious note. You should have. And you also talk about the NSA. The NSA is our biggest spy institution. They got some very professional people, and I think the $100 million drugs that were busted, it was through the U.S. government and the NSA that helped us to do that. Again, that's my information. But let me put it this way. Ever since, and I know, Fadiga, when you went to the DA, you had some reasonable political connections. And I want to believe to political will, because the laws on the books are very good in terms of the laws on the book. But do you think there is the political will to fight drugs? Because the reason why I'm asking the question about political will, did you guys at the time write the precedent, informing the president for the DA to be effective? There are certain major political decisions from you, the president, that should give up the way to move. Like what you just stated, the free port, all of the ports, not only the free ports, all of the port of entry. And how can you get the necessary logistics in terms of, you set up something that's paramount just that if an agent, because most of those trucks, you have 18-tire trucks loaded in a way loaded, it's difficult that you check them. Now, can you escort that truck, or one of your agents will escort to the designated area, and then you guys will not check it out? But is there the political will from the president's office or the Ministry of Justice to give you all of the necessary instruments you need to do the job? Is there the political will there, do you think, currently? Is the current president got the wherewithal to give you the political will to get the job, or those current at the DE?
That's a good question. But again, my role as the DA was Deputy Director General for Operations. I was not a head. That was the job of the Director General. Yeah, so I couldn't usurp his function. But do you think there's a political will on the part of the president to really fight drugs with all of the things you see unfolding there? In terms of, because if the DA is having difficulty, because if the DA will not even have the manifest of shit coming, how do you have the intelligence to get things? Exactly. I mean, that's a serious problem. That's a serious problem. So is there and I want one person can change that. The president office can send an instruction that the DA should have a premier access to the free port and all port of entry. Is there a political will for your reading, Fadiga? You are a political person. I'm going to follow this for you. Yes, and I had a conversation with the president prior to coming to the U.S. and we had a candid discussion. And I don't want to get into what we discussed. I know. I want to ask you. The president was very concerned about the drug situation, and I could see it in his face. The way I lay off, he was really concerned. But again, this president is the president of 5.5 million people. He relies on the team around him to make informed decisions. If people around the president are not giving him the adequate or the rightful information for him to make informed decisions, it becomes difficult for him to make those decisions. But I can tell you this much. President Boyka is principle-driven, and he's someone that if this is a problem, he wants solution. He wants for you to go to him with solution. And I can tell you, right now, he's not saying much, but I know he's not happy, and he's working on ways to something. And sooner or later, he's going to take some decisive action against whosoever that has been a hindrance to the process. He's going to do something about it. I can guarantee you that. Thank you. To answer the question with regard to the post, the legislature also has a role to play in it too. So I think the Senate, and we need to contact Senator Segwe. He's in charge of maritime. Yeah, but quickly in the law, what does the law say about DA enforceability, the enforcement mechanism? What is it in the law? Is there anything in the law that says DA should have or hinder access in the fight against drugs? Because if that is in the law, then I mean there should be no border to you moving to implement that. Is there anything the law talking about hinder access to fighting drugs? No, not necessarily. In fact, the law gives DA agent so much power. We are the only agency that can open cargo in Liberia, inspect cargo in Liberia, in consult with the postal authority. No other agency can have that authority to do that. We can do that. The DA Agent cannot be prosecuted for performing the duty. They cannot be prosecuted. The only thing, let me give you another example. I went to Bay Mountain to inspect the site because we heard there were drugs. They were moving drugs in a vehicle and doing things, all kinds of crazy things were going to Bay Mountain. We got to the checkpoint at Bay Mountain. I think the police and other security apparatus were there, and we were stopped from entering Bay Mountain. I don't know where in the world that would ever happen. The director for the drug enforcement agency stopped at a concession site and refused me entry. We had to blow steam because serious noise there before the security manager came and escorted us to see our men, and we're there briefly. We come. Every concession site, DA don't have full access to it. Bay Mountain, DA cannot go there. So our lawmaker, we need to start with our lawmaker first before the executive. The lawmaker had to do something about it. DA do not have full access. I went there and they stopped me. They only granted me access to go into the base my men were on for me to speak to them. And the drugs moving around. King George, you go to King George is just infested. And nobody is doing anything about it. So there's different. We have a lot of work to do with respect to fighting this drug, and we have to be sincere. We have to be bold, and we have to be ready to fight the drug situation. There's so many things that need to be done, and from all indication, we haven't started yet.
Thank you very much, Director. Myean and Samson, let's see if we can get ready after the next question from Ahmed.
Ahmed, how are you, brother? I haven't heard Ahmed.
Yeah, you haven't heard Ahmed.
Ahmed, talk. Show it to me. I can take it.
He's coming in. Ahmed is coming in, but let's get the lines open, Mr. Director. I hope you don't mind take a few calls from
sure
our listeners. All right, Ahmed, you go with your.
You know the guys, the CMC people, they tend to take off from headquarters. They want to take our voice too, so that's what they on the show.
Okay, we're not going to respond to that, but go ahead, Chief.
Anyway, my brother,
question for the director.
It's good to see you. Thank you for your service to the country. I mean, your narrative just makes it so I don't even know where to start the question from. There's so many. But I would just focus on two. They may not be the most important considering the many things you have revealed, but I just want to know. One is looking at how much more you could contribute to the country, how much passionate you are about fighting drugs and serving your country. Do you regret the situation generally, not in terms of regret as being guilty or being at fault, but regret as not being in a position now today to provide a service that could perhaps help the country today, or for not being in a position? Do you regret the situation that occurred for which you are no more you are no more in service? And if you were called today, will you take up the assignment?
Again, that's another good question. With respect to regret, yes, I regret the unfortunate incident. Looking back in hindsight, it could have been handled differently. And I regret because it hurts my professional reputation. You Google me right now, you see, former DA boss, this been for this and that. Prior to that, you look at my record was squeaky clean. So all of these things, it hurt my professional reputation. So yes, I do regret. With respect to going back to DA, let me say this.
But the fact is, diarrhea.
If the president can choose the right person to go back to DA that will be able to do the job, I respect that, and that's what I want. If I am going back to DA, it will be under certain condition. If those conditions are not met, it's a waste of time. I don't even want it. But you hear me? I'm not hearing you. And I also want to stress on this. Look, one of the most rewarding thing for me is serving my country, especially having the expertise and giving that opportunity to serve. I enjoy serving. It was not about the money. You ask anybody, it was not about the money. When you compare what we were making here and what we were making in Liberia, you would be like, this guy is crazy for going to Liberia to go and accept that job. So it was not about the money. It was about the passion. It was about being the first generation Fadiga ever to hold public office, giving that opportunity in the midst of 5.5 million people among the 0.001%, to giving that opportunity to serve and doing it with dignity, professionalism, and respect, and doing it well. For me, it's a pride that I brought to my family, to myself, to my kids, and to the nation. And that's all I was interested in. So serving, I'm proud to serve again. I would be glad, I would be humble, and I would do my best to serve well. But I would also want to have political backing, support from the legislature, support from the president to be able to perform my duty. I hate to fail. I don't want to go into something and fail. So with all of that in place, I think I don't mind serving again in government.
Thank you, my brother. I hope you are vibrant. You are very strong. I hope the rescue mission will consider you coming in to help, because of course, when you mentioned that 95% of the DEA also facilitated of the drug trade, it just got me dumbfounded. It took away all my questions. It just got me completely discouraged and sad, But that is the situation. I hope the rescue mission, the president is hearing that. I hope the current guys there listening to this, and hopefully the real government. But you mentioned another important point, another component of the drug trade. You said the business people. Now, until this girl, there's a lady called Quita. She was arrested, and then it created this whole alarm and stuff like that. And then I think you had a post on Facebook where you said the lady in question that was arrested was being profiled. There was a post attributed to you that she was being profiled or she was being investigated. So I just want to know from your own expertise and background, considering that there is an awareness in the country, the civilian population is on the lookout, they're moving around trying to find, what is a classical or revealing intelligence profile of a drug dealer? Somebody who is in the business world, a profile person. How do you come up with that? Can you please share?
That is an interesting question. Let me give you a scenario. We are having a conversation about drugs on here, right? You are asking questions and you show genuine interest in eradicating drugs from Liberia. We are having a conversation and you are giving your input. I will be investigating and I will go to Ahmed and sit with Ahmed and we're having a conversation about this drug. And Ahmed is giving an input. I will leave from Ahmed and go to another person in following my investigation, and I will find out that Ahmed that I was talking to is actually closely linked to George Gidop when he was talking to me. The level of deception is what makes the drug fight very dangerous. We have to be very careful in whistleblower, people that how we get our intelligence, because if someone gives you raw intelligence on a drug peddler and that person is influential, that person could be dead. That's how the situation. During the campaign, they say no to drug campaign. I saw a lot of people that were on our radar with signboards, and they were jubilating. They were among the crowd. They were celebrating. Recently, I saw people in the DA arresting people for drug, and they were there. All of these people, and we know them. We know that they recycle drugs. We know that they have close ties to drug dealers. That's the level of deception you have in the drug trade. So you need somebody with the experience, the background in intelligence, background in law enforcement, somebody that understands the work culture, and somebody that can be able to pinpoint and boldly take action against those people. The face of a drug dealer is like you and myself. There are regular people. Some of them own businesses in Nima, in Grand Bassa, in Kehleboe, in Montserrat. Some of them own homes, cars. Some of them are permanent citizens that people respect. So the face of the drug cartel is not the group that you see the people arrested. Those guys are low-level people. Look, Liberia is a drug hub. It means narcotic substances are coming into being shipped to Liberia. Some of them are used, they are consumed in Liberia. Some of them are shipped to other countries. Wow. Right now, we have they are legalized drugs in the US. Guess what? Most of the young guys, they are shipping what we call lau, the marijuana, the high-grade processed marijuana, very strong. You go to Mauritius right now, most of the college young girls, beautiful college young girls, and in the affluent schools, that's why they are smoking lau. Just a little knockout of that lau is like $20. They're shipping it from America in large number. They're putting it in tires. They're putting it, hiding it in some of these cars that they are shipping, and people are shipping it to Liberia. It will interest you to also know, and I'll be jumping in there because I want for the public to be aware. The most dangerous thing that we are faced with right now is the Kush epidemic. The Kush.
So, Director, can you please talk to us a little bit on the shisha? I mean, I'm getting a lot of text. Apparently, there is a new regulation that has been put out by the Minister of Health, banning tramadol and use of shisha. And a lot of people are suggesting that we seem to have missed the mark there. Do you think shisha really factors in to the calculus of this?
All that smoking, let them ban smoking.
Okay, with shisha, I've written a lot of articles on shisha. So with shisha, the shisha, without even missing it with any narcotic, is dangerous for the health. Smoking shisha is like smoking a pack of cigarettes a day. So it damages the lung. It have other health complication with shisha. So if the health minister is trying to put a ban on shisha, I welcome it, and I think it's a right step in the right direction. I don't think it has anything to do with the drug issue, the drug situation. I think it's or lack of the public health.
Right.
And a lot of people are smoking it. Most of the kids right now, everybody's smoking it and they're getting hooked up on it. It's bad. And sooner or later, we're going to start having serious problems in our country with lung cancer and other, infection. So it is something that I welcome.
Thank you very much. Something,
You're
Myean?
talking about the Kush. You're talking about Kush.
Yeah, I was talking about the Kush.
Okay.
Last year, Kush was sold, just the wrap, the little wrap in the white paper. It was sold for $200 Liberian. Now, the price of Kush on the market is $100 Liberian. It's the cheapest drug, but it's the most lucrative drug right now on the market. People make tens of thousands of dollars.
Where is it coming from?
Last year, the Kush is coming from Sierra Leone. The products are coming from, some of them are coming from the UK, and they are largely manufactured in Sierra Leone. There have been a couple of people in a how you call that place, across the bridge somewhere. Somewhere across the bridge. Clarendon era, people are trying to start to manufacture in Liberia, but most of the Kush is coming from Sierra Leone.
So Fadiga, ordinarily, what is it used for? What is it for beyond the good? What is it for?
The Kush?
Yes.
So you're talking about the formula to in Kush?
Yeah.
So the Kush, you have fentanyl. You have some people allege that Famata had a human boom. They have the fentanyl. They have a little bit of marijuana, and other substances are found in kush.
So it's something that they make is a mixture that people put
Yeah,
together.
it's a mixture of something. You will see the marijuana component in it, but you will see other stuff in it, other substance in it.
Wow.
So technically, it's a synthetic drug.
Yeah.
That means it can be produced.
Can we take some calls, please?
Wow.
Say that again,
Mr. Nagbe, can we take some calls? Yes, I mean, let's hear what the people that was one of the things they got something to say.
Yeah, we got that lineup, Mr.
Okay, yeah,
Pewee. I'm waiting for him to land on this. Samson and Myean, are you guys?
let me just announce the numbers, then you can just ask. You want to ask question?
Okay.
Yeah. So to call tonight, the numbers are 077764996 0772176273, and you are watching us live on Facebook. The numbers is already painted on. So we have our first caller on the line here. Hello, caller.
How you doing?
I'm okay. Your name and where do you call from?
This is Shimano when I'm calling with the room.
Okay, make your contribution tonight.
My contribution towards the school's issue is that I highly support the government to still firm and make sure everything they started today to King Gray, it should be implemented until to the fullest. Because our children is coming up, we don't know what they are going to be doing in school. There are a lot of friends in school, they don't know what is going to be happening to them. As a government to stand the same way Joseph Baga, President Joseph Baga, implemented when I say for prayer in the country, it should be implemented to the full level. Please, my question to the President of the people of Liberia is a humble request.
Okay, thank you. Let's take the next caller.
The country, I support the President for everything he's doing.
Okay, thank you. Let's take the next caller. Hello, caller. Name, where do you call from?
Hello, I'm Shatu calling from our house.
Okay, the first female caller.
Yeah, this is about this. I think the government needs to take a stand. When the government keeps the power building, people keep on from their community went volunteering to work for the DA, to work for their own self, to work for their communities. But now the director then he was only looking at people that he could use to accomplish what he wanted to accomplish. So he silenced all those people that went. Young folks came from all communities. Even some of our children from my community, they put everyone on their side and he took his own people. That became a problem. As soon as that happened, in my mind, I said, this is a problem. That people will come and say, we want to fight. He said, no, only the people you want to work with and you think that they can help you accomplish, those are the people you took. That became a problem, and that's why today we face with.
Okay.
You carry around, you take it any kind of way. Some of those people, they got to put it that he told them, he said volunteer. How can you tell somebody he said volunteer? People going for join, they say volunteer.
Okay, thank you.
They got to put some of those people down. Majority of them, they got to put them down. They scrutinize them before that the year can be straightened. Or other than that, we'll just be fighting.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's take this next call. Hello, caller. Stay away from your monitor. You can't do this to us.
Hello?
Yeah, hello.
Yeah.
Please be audible.
I said, this is Nampone Gilaton calling from Panavi Junction.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, thank you very much for the topic on the discussion. And the issue of drugs is serious and a national crisis. And we hit the president when he came up with the drug test. And our brother in studio there alluding that yes, indeed, what was in the rumor as hearing indeed, that some government official and all of what are the real cartel, they are really, in the parade or within the stuff that took place. But so we need to put our hands on desk and see how best we can fight the drug issue. Now, we the community and the clergymen, what we are doing is that we are taking initiatives in all of the community, in all our areas where we are breaking down unnecessary ghettos.
And those children now, they are vulnerable in the streets. They are moving all around, migrating from one community to another. So we want for even the lawmakers in our various districts to help us in the process and empower us so that we all will be successful in the fight of trust in Liberia. Thank you very much, the brother in studio there, in giving a real narrative story of what, because he been in. So we are listening to him keenly and carefully. Let him provide all necessary information that will help us fight the drugs so Liberia will be free, at least minimize of our region.
Okay, thank you. Let's take the next caller. Hello. Hello, caller. Yeah, please stay away from our monitor. Wow.
Hello?
Yeah, hello, caller.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, go ahead. Your name and where do you call from?
I'm John D. Hilton J. I'm calling from the Marshall Room.
Yeah, go ahead.
Our community agriculture center is polluted with drugs, and recently was just about 8 men that took the manpower away, and they now at the beach side. And it's risky for all they are threatening. Also, we need the community to help us in the process and the government also, but we don't want the use of TA because TA work as the information to the drug dealer on the road.
Okay, thank you. Let's see what we can take the next caller. 077764996, 077764996, and also 0772176273, 077764996. Sansi, if you have a call there, you can just let me know. But we're still having calls coming in. Hello, caller. Your name and where do you call from?
I'm Alberto Benz. I'm calling from Liquid Town.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, to be straight to the point, I listened to our common director, Chief Fadiga, and he was right. Yeah, in this case, we have an AA in the DA service. You cannot say this question is an AA is not going to do the work because most of the arrests that can be made within the DA sector is the A. The A, they work more than the people, even that is employed. The A is going to see they do the work.
Let's take on the line.
Coming, this is my interest, this is my this, this is my this. In Liberia, in the DA, there's so many interests coming up. So if you go to home and get arrested, you get recording, deputy recording, if you come, you're not taking pay.
All right.
Okay, Sansi, you can go ahead. Okay, thank you.
All right, hello. Can you introduce yourself? Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, your name and where you calling from? And where you call from?
Sansi, if you're not getting that call, we can just take the next caller. Hello, caller.
Yeah, I'm hearing back for you from Prophet District 17.
District 17, go ahead.
Yeah, you see that while you're talking, they see DA people there, they don't want to get the information to the people. When the people come in, that they see people that work with them will come and tell the people that in our community here, or living here, that she said that when she sell out in there, when her catch her, the carry her, she will go and lay down with the popular so that her be free. Yeah, those are the kind of things that statement that they be making here. Yeah, it's just selling it. You see, she said, who they go lay down with the commander, that one finish. You go and they can't do nothing to keep go to say nothing. So now with the community program, they still coming to take. Anybody now that will catch you with such a suspect,
okay, thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Hello,
Hello,
caller. Sansi, you have someone there?
Yeah, so make your input.
Yeah, I'm a donation of
All right, make your input on the show. You are live.
Get in?
Yeah, I can you make your input. You are live on the show.
All right, let's take this call. I think you're facing some technical problem. Hello, caller. I'm okay. Your name and where do you call from?
I'm here, Steve Johnson. I call from Nagbe.
Okay, make your point.
Yeah, the first thing I want to say is that the resources of the country does not belong to few group of people. See the money that our senators, our representatives, and ministers are making, who are not faced with danger. But see, our brothers, they are going to go fight. You see how the other who were killed by very judges, and you guys are not being paid with good money. How do we expect them to really fight the job with sincerity? The government need to put money aside for these guys so that they will be able to stand firm to fight these guys, because that complete battle they are going into. They get family as well. If you pay the men good money, they will not be able to sell bra. Like what our brother is explaining. Man, they got money. They got money. So if they see somebody who is unpaid, they will use that money to find a way through. 5 to 10 years from now, it will not come down high on the job business. Trust me, my brother. The youth of the country, they will not have no future.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
077649986, 077649986, and also we have 07721762. Wow, we having some. 077764996. Okay, let's see if we can take this next caller on the line. Something, you have someone there? Okay, so let's see what we can take this person who is on the line here. Hello, caller, Nima, where do you call from?
I'm calling from Brooklyn.
Okay, please be audible.
Yeah, I think it's very much for a topic, but the issue of the TA is that, as we are saying concerning the salary issue, you will not get security personnel to arrest drugs and pay them less money. And drugs that think that got fast money and get more money in it. So when the person go arrest drugs, somebody look at it and say, I give you 5,000 US, and the person making 150. You'll say, as a rational being, if you're not somebody like that conscience and you want to do the work with passion, you will not refuse that money and repull that just. You accept the money and allow the person to go. And secondly, we're discussing PN, too much of PN business is destroying the country. Somebody senator and somebody representing and somebody say can transport drugs. Because you notice that they will go to zero checkpoint and they will not check in their car. They will pass freely. So these are some of the things that we need to check very and put into place so that we can help the country to move forward. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. So 077764996, 077764996, and we have 0772176273 are the numbers to call tonight to be a part of the closing argument show. Let's see what we can take this next caller who is on the line here. Hello, caller. Hello, caller. Oh wow, we cannot get that person. So 077764996, 077764996. So we can just cross over. I think.
Can you also announce the 856 number just in case somebody wants to come
Okay.
in?
So for those of you who are watching us in the diaspora, you can also call on 856 676 5136. 077644. Okay, so we have someone on the line. Hello, caller. I'm okay. Anime, where do you call from?
My name is Dopoh calling from Kawa.
Okay, Kawa. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just enter my house and put my radio on. I hear the caller calling before I can put the number 2 and 4. But one of the things I want to bring on your mind is it's just business here. Really, we have to fight to the so-called garden, the men in the street. Let it get rid of them. If they get rid of them and they find a place to kill them, once you're not seeing the consumer, there will be no way for you to see buyer in the street to buy your market. You're not being able to sell it. When you're not getting nobody buying that thing from you, you'll not be able to see people to come back from you. And you know, that thing really hurt my feeling because every day they take people going. When they go, they can say they're going, they set up. And they see men that are smoking, they will not be able to show that man. All of them will be among them. They see it, so that they just try to clear every one of them and get them somewhere, brother.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Let's take the next call. Hello, caller. Nemo, where do you call from? Yeah, go ahead.
I'm calling from the Nigeria.
Okay, make your contribution tonight.
Well, make my contribution tonight. So I was affected from drugs. I was better than die. They want time from drugs. So if I would suggest a group for AFL to help the team here to get on their feet. When they catch people selling drugs, let them burn down their houses. And we need a private number, like a soldier people number, to send them on error. Because if we contact the police go there, they will never really get a small thing they go. People will still remain there and do their business. So that the private.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all so much. Select you all can take one or two calls, then we cross over to the team to bring you the continuation of the show. 0777649986. Let's see who can take this call. Please stay away from your monitor. Wow, lost that call. 0777649986. We have for those of you who are watching us from the diaspora, we have 856-676-5136. So let's take this caller. Hello, caller.
Yeah, how you doing, bro?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, my name is Alvin Denise, and I call from my Sokoto resident.
Okay.
You see, the thing is, drugs, the use of drugs right now is like epidemic that is affecting the entire country, and I think there need to be awareness for users, and then the government too need to scrutinize those that are carrying on the work in the field. Those claiming to be DEA men, they need to scrutinize them and raise their pay so they can do the work good. Thank you.
Okay, welcome. So let me see. We have roughly about a few minutes just to end the call session here. So you can just continue from there, Sansi. Chief Tomalin, you can just so let me see who can take this last caller. Hello, caller.
Hello?
Yeah, you are last caller. Go ahead.
My honor contribution is let us the consumer. You get me?
Yeah, I'm hearing you. Go ahead.
The government really want to fight these drugs that our sister and brother and cousin that children not die. The consumers have been caught 20 years in prison. Then they sell up for people to death. Then they bring a wash, they transport, they seize your car, burn it. You know, if I have my car, I will not allow such a thing to go. I want for it to be burned. They would go to one of the African countries. The president demand whosoever sell a drug, they will kill you. They set up 20 years now for you to find drugs in one of the African countries, one of the West African countries. It will not sold. And here we will talk, we will move from place to place, stay. It will remain the same.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all so much. Thank you. So you can take it from your end there.
Thank you very much, Myean Sampson. Thank you guys very much. Appreciate that. Thanks to our callers. You have been very, very, very engaged. So, Director, thank you ever so much again for always making time. Chief, I don't know if you want to make one last comment before the director will respond to the callers in his closing remarks.
We heard the callers, and it's a serious thing though. People you hear most of the callers complaining that they are affected, and like Director Fadika said, the DA officials, some of the people are involved, and like I don't. And he also already said you can't blame them. They are being underpaid, and if you dealing with drugs that cost thousands of dollars and you getting paid less than $200, and somebody wouldn't give you $1,000 bribe. Tell me, you will let it. That's what's happening. And it's a serious thing. But Mr. Fadika, just listen to the callers. I know you have had a lot of one-on-one with the president, and to be honest, the rescue government ran on this issue about coups. One of the things that helped them to win the election 2023, was because they talk about the coups. They accuse the CDC of encouraging the coups and thing, and they have taken it. They have been in power going to 3 years now, and yet and still, it's still a challenge for them, and people are complaining. And honestly, it depends on if an opposition party, wherever the case, that's contesting for 2029, if they run on the issue of drugs, you people will be in trouble, because they use it as the winning mantra that, look, we are going to put a stop to this drug issue. But now it appears as though they have gotten worse, to the extent the Minister of Health has issued this kind of statement today, and it's getting worse. So, and people are saying the president is losing the war on drugs, and I think you pushed back and said he's sincere about it. But if the president was sincere about it, honestly, I believe he would have a major, because what people do in other countries or in other government, you have a major address on the issue of drugs. Take it and set up a national task force and put more funds into it. But it seems as though that's not the case. And so, I mean, I know you're not going to share from the conversation you have with the president, but I mean, I believe personally the president is. I don't think he's sincere on fighting drugs. I don't think the political will is not there. I'm not seeing no major effort taken by this president, this government to tackle the issue of drugs. So, I mean, you in a position where you know a lot about what's happening, because you are privileged with information to intelligence, and until we can shame the people that are involved, we're not helping the country. Because I believe that you know people who are involved, you know what's happening. But I believe maybe you still got interest in the work in the government, maybe, I don't know. So you want to go deeper, but I'm very sure that you are aware of those who involved. The drug laws are in Liberia. They call us saying it. You know, one of the callers, they said, the woman said, you can get me there. I'll go and chop with people there tomorrow. I'll come back on the street. And this is what's happening. And it's like a cycle. Nothing happening. We just see all the big raids. The big raids are just for news. Oh, the raiding. They put a mask on, go in the area, and after that, nothing happens. The drug issue still. I see this week. I've seen several dead bodies from drugs. Like people say they die from drugs. And so trust me, the government is not doing nothing but drugs. They are the war with drugs. I think they are surrendered to the drug lords.
Tomalin, to be honest with you, I have confidence in this president. I'm a good judge of character. I've analyzed people for a living for many years, and I look into this president's eyes.
You sound like Joe Bush.
And
Joe Bush, you look into when the man asked and say he saw her.
And I can tell you,
looking to put in so.
The president means well, and he gonna do his
but then
best.
Fadiga, let me hold you there. If you look in the president, point to tangibles. 2 years, point to tangibles. For 6 months of the president reign on the LDA, there were crashes. You people were there almost 6 months. You couldn't even decide. Now you got a lot of group of people. In fact, the thing increasing. So show when you say looking at eye, it takes more than that. Show or point to these tangibles. This is this. That's it. Until recently, when the public outcry where the president took some policy measure that says landlords will also be responsible. What else? So what are you looking at?
Let me tell you, we're gonna continue to remain engaged, but I have to depart with this message to the public. I want to give the public a clearer picture of what is at stake. And then I also want to educate the public why it is dangerous for them to engage in vigilante or mob justice. And then I'm going to give them some other things. But I'm going to start by telling them what is at stake. According to the United Nations Population Fund, the study, 2 in 10 youth in Liberia is on some narcotic substance or have experimented with drugs. If you put a percentage to that, we are talking around 20% of our population. Now we have a population of 5.5 million. Of that 5.5 million, 20% is around 1.1 million. With our current growth rate at 2.4, if everything remains constant in the next 5 to 10 years, we are looking around 1.3 to 1.4 million youth that will be on some narcotic substance. Mind you, according to the World Bank report, Liberia has 60% of our population under the age of 25. That means we have a very youthful population, and this should claim the attention of our policy maker for them to start to act right now. Because if everything remains constant and nothing is done, in 10 years, the drug crisis is going to be almost impossible to reverse. Liberia is a structural hierarchy society. Everybody know that era. The rich people have their era, the poor people have their era. But drug does not know any structure. The rich people has been affected by drug, the poor people, everybody has been affected by drug. For some of us that have the intention of relocating to Liberia to live, none of us is safe if we don't get this drug under control. That's why I keep talking every day. I don't care whether I go back to DA or whether they send me anywhere. We don't have to be in that position to help solve this drug problem. All we want is, we want for this problem to be solved, because you and myself will not be able to live freely in Liberia. Drug comes with violent crime. And by our estimate, in the next 12 to 24 months, there's going to be high rate of overdose and violent crime going to spike. The price of the kush has decreased. It means there will be more consumer and more market for kush. More people are going to overdose. More people are going to get hooked up, and it's going to be a serious problem for the country. Drug is a clear and present danger. It poses a serious threat to our national security. We have to take this seriously. How can we solve the problem? Mind you, we have 1.1 million people that are hooked up on drugs. If you have that number, we need a comprehensive treatment plan. I see the ministry taking people to the some LRRC. Now, it's a good effort, but look, if we really serious about fighting drug, we have to be clear about what we intend on doing. Dress doesn't solve the problem. You cannot dislodge the people from King Gray and send it to LRRC with all a clear plan. It doesn't work that way. In order for you to treat these people, you have to conduct what we call psychosocial interview. You have to detox them. Right now, we don't even have medication like methadone and other medication that will help to reduce the impact of how you call it thing, the reaction of drug withdrawal. We don't even have that in country. We need medication to treat these guys for them to detox. We need to create treatment plan. The treatment plan is individualized, and that's one size fits all. There are some hardcore criminals within that group. They need to separate the people based on the psychosocial interview. So everybody cannot be put in the same place, and the treatment should all be individualized. Then we go to the vocational training and community reintegration. So if you started smoking from nuclear time and you had negative peer influence and you grew up in an environment where you started smoking, when we are reintegrating you into the community, having gone through the vocational training, we send you to Dopoh. We found somewhere for you, and you did McKinney. We found somewhere for you. We can start with 500 group of people, and we be able to do it, and we aggressively attack the thing. Anything short of attaching professionalism to this thing and trying to do cosmetic or massive, it will not work. Because addiction is a disease. 3 months doesn't treat addiction. 3 months, it takes a miracle for few people to survive 3 months. Realistically, at least 9 months. That includes treatment, completing your treatment plan, going through detox, and then vocational training can include vocational training, and you can go through that. And then when they're coming back, we need to be able to give them incentive. And mind you, There are people that living on it. I told you, drug is a means of economic sustaining for a lot of people. People putting drug in egg, they're selling it close to school in Kenya. That's how they make their money in this later era. How can we take them away from that trade and provide incentive to them for them to engage in other businesses? We need to look into that. We need to hold our people, our agents accountable too when they screw up. The most important thing is the vigilante. Under our law, if you as a citizen, you arrest somebody with drugs, there is now a proper chain of custody, and the way the evidence was gathered, the court consider it under the law enforcement doctrine fruit of the personal tree. Those evidence were obtained illegally, and they will not be admissible in court. So most likely, you could catch a huge drug dealer. That person is going to go to jail for a long time. But you, as a civilian, when you arrest this person, you didn't provide a proper legal remedy to the person for them to accord and due process. That evidence going to be impeached. It's not going to be used in court. So that person will go to jail. After 48 hours or a few days, you're going to see that person on the street. And you're going to blame the police or blame the DA for putting these people up. But the DA cannot do anything. The DA and law enforcement have the sole responsibility of arresting and charging and forwarding these criminals to court. Do that in consult with DA. If you really want for us to hold these people accountable, it's a dangerous trend that I give, even though it's a good thing, but people could weaponize this vigilante thing that we find going on, and innocent people could get hurt. I've seen it in Liberia. Somebody could say that person in that house got job, and they could bring that person house without even investigating. They could kill that person without even investigating. Send the DA there, go with the DA. Again, people don't trust the DA. And I don't blame the public. All the DA have to build that trust with the community. That what community-based or community-oriented policing is important in the thing. The stakeholder at the DA need to engage the community. They need to have more town hall meeting. They need to explain the the process to the people. When you see DA agent arrest somebody with few rap, about 3-4 rap, and they take them to the DA headquarters, the reason you see these people outside in 2 days or the next day is because we don't have sufficient narcotics to prosecute them and forward them to court. If we are arresting every citizen with 2 rap or 3 rap in the hand, trust me, the court is going to be overwhelmed. Our prison system is already overcrowded. We do not have the equipment. We do not have the manpower to even do that. So we go after the bigger dealer instead of the low level dealer. So we need to be able to hold town hall meeting to educate the public. Why is it these people keep going to DA or police jail, and we keep seeing them back in the street? It's because we cannot prosecute them. They will profile them, take the picture and profile them, but they cannot do that. Fighting drug is not a quick. There is not a quick fix to fighting drug crime. There is not a quick solution to this. It requires a comprehensive plan in both enforcement and rehabilitation. Everything should be done simultaneously. We can do it. We just need to hire the right people, not bring in people that will kind of man. We need the right people to do the job. And Liberia has a lot of people that can do the job. We have a lot of people in the diaspora that have worked as a treatment specialist, that have worked as clinician in different areas, that have worked in law enforcement, that we could tap into the expertise for them to come and help. Why are we afraid to do that? I don't like for us to say there's no money, because there is no price tag you can put to this national emergency. All of us that on the show, all of us that mean well for Liberia, the urgency is now to tackle the drug problem. What I saw, what I know, based on my experience, if we don't handle the drug, none of us, none of our family, none of our relatives, every child born in Liberia is at risk of getting involved with drugs. Given the current rate and the way things are going, the situation is bad. I sounded the alarm last year, and I've been speaking the pyro. I've been speaking because I'm very worried. I live in LA. I saw what happened in Los Angeles. We don't have the luxury to tackle this. America has spent billions of dollars. They didn't get it right. We don't have the proper health care. We don't have the tools to even take care of our own people. This drug thing, a lot of times people don't know. Even the advocate I posted something recently. Most of the kids that you find in the King Gray area, they are being diagnosed with drug-resistant tuberculosis, hepatitis B, HIV, and other communicable diseases. That's why most of the time you see me in the ghetto, I will wear masks. The health ministry have all those information for those advocates that are going down there to fellowship with these disadvantaged youth. I strongly encourage you to wear masks, wear personal protective equipment, because most of the guys have drug-resistant tuberculosis. We have another issue with the sore, severe sore on the leg that is difficult to cure. So sooner or later, we're going to see a lot of youth that will be amputated. Their taste bud, the kush have killed their taste bud, it's affecting the mouth. We're going to start seeing cancer, mouth cancer. There are a lot of things, public health issues that we are dealing with here, and I don't think we are taking this serious enough. I don't know whether it's by design, ignorance, or people just don't care. I really don't know. But the situation is extremely bad. And some of us, we're not going to remain quiet because it affects all of us. We're going to continue to speak. We're going to continue to remain engaged. I'm going to continue to speak to the president. I'm going to continue to speak to people around the president. And I know they will listen. Eventually, they will catch on. There are some things we said before, and it has become a reality. So I know they're taking it serious. It's just that everything is happening so fast. I don't think they know where to start because it hit them so hard, and it's coming from from different areas. I can tell you this: with the proper tools in place, the proper support, this job fare can be drastically reduced in 24 months. Quote me on this. With the right people in place, this job issue can be reduced, drastically reduced in 24 months. In 12 to 24 months, you will start seeing some. Most of the major drug dealers will be finding another area to go. Until we can get it right, unfortunately, the big drug dealers, they're going to be laughing at us. Nobody dare test them because they got political backing.
Mr. Fadiga, can you name us one of the main drug dealers, please? Breaking news for closing argument.
Nice try, Ahmed. Nice try. Well, we're not in the court. The big drug dealer require intelligence, but Spain it will be if the ongoing intelligence, ongoing case building up against them. I think naming a big drug dealer here is counterproductive.
All right, so tell us a little bit about this guy they call Japan. I know it's Japani or something.
Japan, original Japan.
Yeah, tell us about him.
Japan is in the right place. Japan, of all the drug dealers that I encountered in Liberia, Japan is not only arrogant, Japan is a dangerous guy. I had the opportunity to check in Japan phone. Some of the things I saw in Japan phone were very disturbing. Honor your government. Japan was very powerful. He has strong connection. It was interesting to know that.
With whom?
Under the Myean administration, I'm talking to my man. Honestly, I'm not trying to be political.
Who you have connection with in Myean government?
Japan had senior officials' number in his phone.
Wow.
When I mean senior to the high level, he had people number in his phone. Japan was providing fuel for the DEA. Under the Myean administration, Japan used to provide fuel for the DEA. Japan, when my first encounter with Japan, when I spoke with him, Japan looked at me up and down, like telling me, like, who do you think you are? Sooner or later, I'm gonna give you whatever you're doing. You get blowing steam. And he looked at me, and when I went to DA, Japan was not even in the cell. Japan was sitting outside with a phone in his hand. I got so enraged. And those agents that were there, I told them some things, and I put all of them on stand down. The first thing, and I told them to put JP by himself. I said, what you doing? What you giving the guy cell phone for? Y'all want to kill your officer? Y'all want to kill your other agent? They made a major drug dealer in his hand, making call, and how they were able to put JP back. I told JP one thing, I said, JP, I don't know what you think or who you think you are, but you're going to go to prison. JP never thought he was ever going to be prosecuted. You know, when JP realized that he was going to be prosecuted, when we escorted him to the court, I escorted JP with my team. We escorted JP to the South Beach. That when JP started shaking, he really realized that he was going to jail. Because every time they were there giving him snap on the waist, he would beat the system.
Is Japan the same guy that is say friends with the president's son, the one that they caught with the huge drugs? Is he the same guy, or is it a different person?
I've never heard that before. There are two Japan. They're the original Japan and the Japan.
There's one guy.
I don't know who. I've never heard that before.
Yeah, the one drug dealer in a picture with the president. There's a picture on Facebook. He and the president in a picture, but it's
that's not original Japan.
He's friends with the president's son, and he was caught with a huge consumption of drugs too.
I don't know, but the picture that was circulating on social media, that's not original Japan. The one that was convicted of the drug trafficking that is currently in South Beach, that's not Japan.
Okay, so Fatika,
let me ask you a question, Mr.
my last
Fatika.
question, quick. I beg you, my last question, please. When y'all confiscate these drugs from these people, we see y'all can post it. What do y'all end up doing with it? We don't see what happened.
We have a locker that we post.
Locker?
A locker. We have a locker or a storage area that we put the drugs. And then in July, I think June or July, is something called Drug Day. And then there's a ceremony, huge ceremony, and then we bring it and they burn the drugs. All those drugs are burned on Drug Day.
I know that Peabody is just coming. Let's welcome him to the set. Director, do you want to talk about Babatu Street as well while you talk about original Japan? Whatever it is that you know about him and how he factors into the fight against this drug use. If you care, if you don't, then we can move on.
Look, the issue of drugs is very complicated. Drug has a lot of money. To reduce drug, we cannot eradicate drug from Liberia. We can reduce it, drastically reduce it, but we need to be bold. We need people with character and integrity to head institutions that are in charge of fighting drug crime. We need to properly vet our agents. We need to pay people. We need to provide incentives for our informant. If you can't, unlike the U.S. where people with integrity will find in law enforcement, in Liberia, especially drug, is a dangerous trade. The only thing we can find solace in right now, most of the drug dealers in Liberia, they are not violent. They are not too violent. But we are getting to the point where they're going to get violent. They're going to get violent, and it's going to get bad. It's going to get chaotic.
Thank you very much, Director. Dr. Peabody, you want to comment or two before Mr. Fatika departs the set?
Yeah. Good to see you, Mr. Fatika, and good to see everybody here on the show today. Thank you for holding it down. My question is probably some folks here have asked that question. The source of the drugs. Where did the drug come from? Because do you guys ever check the sources where these drugs are coming from? Whether it is made in Liberia or it's coming from different countries? Have you guys checked that?
Yes. Most of the drug has been imported into the country. Some of the drugs go to Afghanistan, Lebanon, and they find a way in Liberia. Some of them from Latin America, some of them from neighboring Sierra Leone. They come through the border. Some of them, our borders are poorer. Some of them come directly through the border. Some of them come through different entry points. The Freeport of Monrovia, the airport, local border. Some of them use Kingdom. The Ghani, the Fantine. People that use the Fantine Kingdom to breed. The high-grade compressed marijuana from Ghana. A lot come from Ghana. Some of them, they put them on these buses that come through and they bring them. You guys have a strong network. And the network is so strong that if you don't continue to change the cycle within the job, within those that are fighting the job, there is no way you're gonna be successful, because everything that you do is gonna be undermined. For example, before you go on raid, even to execute search and seizure, somebody will already call the person and tell them that you're coming to execute search and seizure. Before you do anything, and if you have somebody coming with credible information, raw intelligence to give you, that person might be burned, and they might either be injured or killed. So you need to have people that are trusted to be able to handle these intel, and it should be carefully guarded for you to effect an arrest or make gains in the drug trade. We need to pay our officers. We need to train our officers. We need to provide incentives for officers that are doing well, to encourage them to continue to be honest, continue to be ethical and professional when performing their duty. We need to encourage them. Those that are performing badly, they need to be forwarded to the board, and they need to be fired immediately and prosecuted. Not only fired, they need to be prosecuted. The mindset that job too how I'm afraid for the person to do it. We need to shift our mindset. Our mindset is one of the main problems in that country. We create these different cliches. Oh, and security making top plenty, security man, not politician, or you cannot take food from somebody's table. All these things are ways and means to silence people, and it doesn't address the real issue.
But one would sorry, Peabody.
Okay.
Go ahead, Peabody. Go ahead.
Go ahead. You sure? My question is: did you guys get any support from the international community? Did the international community provide any support to you guys?
The UNODC, the UNODC provided a little bit of support, but for some reason they stopped the support, and we're getting our support from the INL. The INL is the International Narcotic Law Enforcement. It's under the Department of State. So they provide all our logistical support. The government provide only our salary, but most of our support came from the INL. For some reason, the INL decided not to support all that the way they're supposed to support all, and they gave a little bit of support to the UNODC. Now, when we were there, Dr. Kromah and I, we met a company, a group of people. There's some picture you saw me with some white guys in the ghetto. I took them in the ghetto, some of my videos. Those guys from the European Union, they came in and we signed a memorandum of understanding. They decided to bring in some 20 million. They were going to help. Look, we can get a lot of support from our international partner. We met with the then British ambassador, about the drug situation, because they are worried if Liberia is used as a transit hub, most of the drug will be going to Europe. And so they are worried. They want to stop it here before it gets to Europe. So there are a lot of proposals we could put in place to be able to get funding. I can tell you, I was in charge of that. They sent me a couple of dossiers. I needed to write about 21 pages dossier. I needed to put it together. After we signed the memorandum, and I was working on it before the unfortunate thing that happened at the LDA. We could get funding from the European Union, from other NGOs, from the UNODC and the INL and other international partners. They were willing to give it. But again, working with our international partner, we have to show that we mean business for them to come up to ready support. Those people have people at the DEA. They get information every month, report on what's going on. So they know who's getting it, they know who's not getting it. I know that there are some things I cannot say here because of the sensitive nature of it, but I encountered some of them and I know what they told me. They will tell you exactly what's going on in DA, who are the dirty cops, who's doing what, and what are we doing about it. If we can show that we are making honest effort to fight this drug, I promise you, I guarantee you will get support from the international community. But it appears that we are not serious. That's why they're not supporting us. And if you don't know what you are doing, obviously you're not going to get the support. The other thing again, under the new law, the revised drug law, we have the full feature component. So we could use the full feature component to also generate revenue.
Yes.
If I catch drug in your house, the Japan house. But another thing that is will interest you guys, the way we have to train our agents how to write report. It came a time that I had to review all the report, because when agent read, they write, the chief investigator read a report. The report is like he's speaking for the suspect rather than the government. We have to go and rewrite. I said, how can you write report that got to train our people how to write report? Some of the report doesn't factor in the property that you found drug in Japan house. Japan house will never report that on our report. The cars, everything that was there were not there. Were not factor into the report. It should have been in the report, and Japan house should be on the market by now. The government should be selling Japan house. But once it's not factored in the original report, in the indictment, there's nothing you can do. So we need to train our people to be able to factor these things. There are a lot of cars that drugs in. They will catch it in, and you are successfully prosecuted. 50% go to government, 25% go to DA, the other 25% go to rehab. My strategy at the DA, our strategy was to bankrupt the cartel.
You think I'm sorry, go ahead.
Build solid evidence against the cartel and hold them accountable. When we start hitting them and hitting the big guy, trust me, they will find another country to operate on. Look, nobody will bring $100 million job in the country is not confident in the law, or they won't have strong backing in that country. Nobody.
Sorry, Hassan Farika.
Susan,
I'm running somewhere quick, but I came here to ask you a question before leaving. I'm sorry, gentlemen. Can you guys give me a chance? Let me ask.
You already talking and you're asking for a chance, so just go ahead.
Go ahead, Susan.
Hassan, have you paid AB 1 million?
Okay, so
we're working on it. We're trying to resolve our whole situation with the money.
Well, you're trying to resolve it by paying his money, or you're trying to do it the family way? Which one?
The community, a group of well-meaning Liberians, thought that 2 or 3 billion son of the soil shouldn't be engaged in this thing. We have a greater an important work to do, and they saw reason in working in or resolving anything.
So, would this follow by any type of apology letter on social media? Because for the fact that resolving things behind closed door is another thing, but accusing somebody of something and just resolving it, does that mean that everything
There
that you guys
will
have
be a
said?
joint communication between us and Liberia Team. So wait for it. When that joint communication comes, you're gonna don't rush it in.
All right. So how do you want us Liberians to believe you now with everything that you are saying now, based on some of the information that you guys have provided to the public that Abu was into drugs and he has been one of the main sources of it?
Who Abu talking about?
Sorry, AB, sorry, AB.
You know, Susan, I do not wish to be the unfortunate incident at the LDA. However, I can tell you that there will be a joint statement between us and Liberia Team, and the community is heavily involved in trying to.
What I'm trying to ask here is that, so because you're telling us all these things, does that mean that if that joint statement come out, that what the Fadika said to us that, in the public that
Susan, wait for the joint statement and read it, and then we can have the conversation again. I do not wish to relitigate what transpired at the LDA. What I can tell you is this. The community came together, bunch of respectable men, well respected in the community. They came together and they saw it wise that we should resolve the issue, and there will be a joint statement. Wait for that.
We look forward to it. I for one look forward to it because, like I said, to just accuse somebody and just coming up with a joint statement, that's something I'm looking forward to seeing. So my last question to you before I leave, what is your take with the whole the protest that just recently occurred? Because I saw a post from you also stating that the people that went to the protest, there were a lot of drugs dealers at the protests. So what's your take on the recent protests, the drugs protests, I don't know, stay against drugs protests?
The protest was the right step in the right direction. The protest create awareness to the public. The protest put our policy maker on the spotlight. The protest is giving our policy makers something to think about. And because of that protest, a lot of people are trying, mindset have been shifting, and we might see tangible result in the fight against drugs because of that protest.
Yeah, but you said there were drugs dealers at the protests. And the thing about you work in the government before. So if you make a statement on Facebook that there were drugs dealers at the protest, and you as a government official, because I still look at you like that kind of person, knowing that there were drugs dealers at that protest and you could not call their names, but you just wrote a wild post on Facebook. And now you're telling us that we will see improvement. Yeah, seeing improvement, but
Now
that's
let me
what
let
we're
me let
all
me answer
hoping
that
for.
question quick before I lost my
Yeah.
train of thought. When as an intelligent agent, when I put a post on, is to get is for a reason. When I say there were people in that protest who were drug dealers, those people that were in that protest who are closely associated with drug dealing, they know themselves. It's a psychological, if they will have a psychological effect on them because they're going to be looking over their shoulder and it's going to give them something to think about. It's going to make them to make mistakes. It's also going to tell them that we are watching you, and in due time, when the right time or the appropriate time is available, you will be held accountable. So when I made that statement, I was sending a message to them that you can pretend, you can be deceptive, but there will come a time that you're going to be held accountable. We are seeing you. You're not making fool of us or the public. We are seeing you and we know you. Just to have to give them something to think about is another aspect of law enforcement.
And before I go, have you heard anything about Joseph Boaka's son being part of any drugs importation in the country?
There has been no intelligence on my desk whatsoever linking Joseph Boaka's son or anyone associated with President Boaka of drug trafficking. Never. And I'm being honest.
But have you seen posts on social media regarding that?
People post on social media every
But
day.
you got
So seeing it, I don't know what it means.
Thank you, Susan. Susan, thank you very much.
People post on social
Susan,
media, but it has been like a constant thing that has been repeated on social media. So it's not just something that they posted.
I mean, Susan, I have to post a post about you and say you are involved with drugs. Does that necessarily mean
is not enough to indict anybody.
Yeah, the post is not enough to indict anybody. I would take it with a grain of salt.
No, yeah, it's not.
You know, we live in a deep
So then your post about Abu was not enough to indict AB then. The post you made about AB was not enough to indict AB then.
Obviously.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Susan.
gentlemen.
Thank you very
I'm
much.
going to the gym now.
Thank you so much.
I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Thank you.
No, listen,
Thank you
listen
so
before
much.
you go. Listen, and I'm one person that always, and that's part of the reason why folks can say we love to take things by the book and all that thing, right? people perception is not enough. It's not adequate to move with, and in particular on the social media, we have to be a little mindful as to how people collect information. There are a lot of loose information.
But Pewee,
I'm coming, brother. So I'm one person that would not even hold the security apparatus responsible for even collecting information. Now, you sometimes use it as a clue to get the basic information, but it's not, because the sufficiency of your evidence matters a lot in court. If you were to move to court, the sufficiency of the evidence is very paramount, because you don't want to go to court, then they either trash your case based on the section. Is not a good thing. And that's what any good lawyer.
Pewee, I'm sorry to cut you off there, but I just want to draw a point. I think the former director has been very passionate. I think to a larger extent, he has been objective in his presentation. I respect his fight, his commitment. I would think that he still has a role to play. But he was effective when he said that he thought the original Abu, and coming from where Susan's question was coming from, he indicated on the platform that the original Abu had a lot of connection. Japan, excuse me, had a lot of connection to the CDC government, either on the basis of phone he saw this. But yeah, it's a man who, another drug dealer too, a renowned one, notorious, he was seen in a photo with the president. It is believed him to be the friend of the president's son. There are numerous photos that it was not just common people posted on social media, but it was also...
What's his name?
I just forgetting this guy's name. I didn't pay much attention.
Oh, they got a shaking the president's hand?
Yeah, but they got all the drugs.
Yes,
they arrested with a lot of drugs. He's very close to the president's son. So the director is telling us, how is it in their intelligence with all the different radar they can get, that particular drug dealer is nowhere something he can't even mention, but he can't even remember him.
When was that photo taken?
That photo was taken up to the when he became president.
Just recent time.
When he became president.
I think about a month ago.
I can't give you the exact date, but I know that it was when the title of president was on him. And this guy was believed to be, the point I'm trying to make to you is this: you fight drug through intelligence gathering.
True.
It meant that notorious. Look at the quantity of drugs that were arrested with this guy. To say you have not a single information on it, man, in my view, you're trying to cover up because of his picture, photo option taken with the president.
I ask you, when was that picture taken? When was he arrested with that quantity of drugs? If you can answer that question,
but you supposed to be telling me.
I don't know. If I were there at that time as in our role, director of operation, I would have given you all the necessary information that you need.
So you don't know that guy.
I will not in my role as director for operation when he was arrested. So how am I supposed to know?
So you don't. But do you know the fellow I'm talking about?
I don't.
You don't.
I don't. I've been seeing him on social media, people posting, but I really don't know much about him.
Fadiga, quickly, do you have any information on? Someone was just saying to me, just asking me to ask this question. If it came, you guys, intelligence came across that or suspected that before. The current ambassador at large on tourism. Someone is saying he got some connection with some of these things. Have you ever heard that name? The current ambassador at large to the president. Someone's alleging that he's yes. Did you hear that? Also, someone is saying he's one person too that people been suspecting that he got some link with some major drugs leader. Did you ever hear that?
No.
Did you ever suspect that? You think it's okay? The guy
yeah, but I said, gentlemen, please let me step in for a minute. I don't think it's appropriate. No. I mean, honestly, honestly, it's a reputational thing.
No, not reputational. Listen, you want to come in. Not reputational. If you want to come in, just come in. Not reputational. Nothing reputational.
All right, let's calm down.
Why you say reputational? Where you coming from?
Calm down, please.
Calm down.
So we have.
I don't have any evidence to suggest that Chris is
Did you
involved in. I've
suspect?
never
Did you
heard anything
suspect?
before.
Did
I
you
don't know.
suspect anything about him before? Did you suspect anything? You as an individual.
You are now subject of my investigator or any investigation, so I don't. Why would I suspect anything of him?
Thank you.
All right, let's do it one at a time. And Ahmed, you have 2 minute interventions. You're
No, that's my last question,
outside the
Mr.
box.
Nagbe. Mr. Nagbe, that's my last question. They are off. My last question, Fadiga.
Yeah.
I just want your profile expert. So I want you to display the criminal mind. A drug coming in the airport, Robertsville. I'm talking about the border, Robertsville. How does it enter? Well, you got, because a common passenger, I come through that airport, I got to deal with immigration, I got to deal with, how you call them? I got to deal with NSA, there's all kinds of people, the whole place just crowded. How can a person possibly come into Liberia with a drug over 200,000-300,000? Is it a connection also of Liberia from Ghana to the airport? Give us an idea while you guys were feeling.
So at the airport, those people that work to the airport, they sort of trained, and most of them will be trained. So they look at the flight itinerary. The flight itinerary will give you clue. There are certain countries that are hot zone. There are certain countries that are red flag. Nigeria, the airpiece is coming from Nigeria, the hot zone. Kenyan Airline, ASCII Airline or something. Those are the airlines that you will find most of these drugs, and they coming in with drugs. So you look at the itinerary from the route that they used to come. Most times there's a trend and pattern in the drug, in the way the smuggler operate. And you can be able to determine. So you're not going to check all the passengers. If a passenger is coming from Ghana and he transit from Nigeria and he transited in Malaysia, definitely he's red flag. They were checking. Randomly, you will be able to checking and thoroughly checking. How are they bringing the drug in? The airport, look, there's a criminal syndicate at the airport. Across all sectors. And they got people, dirty people among those people. So what they do, when they know you are coming, they got it. Another place is a VIP section. Some of the people, they are not checked. What happening a lot under your government. People will come and just go through the VIP with all property being checked.
Amen. Don't talk about honor your government. Recently, we just called 100,000 drugs from the airport.
Ahmed, will you let the man speak, please?
Focus on the syndicate. Okay. No, excuse me. We try not to be political.
No,
That's
I'm not
why we
being
gave you free. That's why I gave you free ride. I didn't come with political question because I thought the issue was national. But since you want to be political now, we'll put a political cap on.
No, let me answer your question. Drugs are coming to the airport because the people have noticed, or they have discovered the vulnerability, the weaknesses and vulnerability within the airport. They found the weakest link, which are some of the agents. They can be able to pay them to be able to bring some of the drugs in. Sometimes they get roll the dice, and they have few people there that will be able to. Some of them could come through the VIP section or being searched. And to be able to mitigate these things, we need scanner. The UNODC, they wanted to give us this scanner. I think it's called 50,000, but they couldn't give it to us at that time because we're not having a location within the airport to be able to scan the people. And because the equipment is so expensive, they just didn't want to give it to us like that. The airport, we try to search for areas where we can have, to be able to search people, but up to the time left from there, we couldn't find any spot within the entry point to be able to escort people to search their lockages or search them properly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Director.
Bring your people and bring in your brightest people with integrity in that position, and you will see results. Anything short of that, we're going to still face the same problem.
Mr. Director, thank you very much. I know it is about 20 past midnight. I'm not sure if you're here or in Monrovia.
No, I'm currently in the U.S.
Okay, all right. Then, if you will please indulge us, our brother here, he's all the way in East Africa. He's very late, but if you have a minute or two to let him make it.
That young man was very disrespectful to me the other time I was on your platform. I don't want to indulge him or take any question from him. You are very disrespectful to me.
Absolutely. It's your
Who's that?
It's your right.
I don't know.
Sylvie?
I remember his face.
All right.
Siriki? Come on, Siriki, that man a big brother, man. You can't see that, huh?
So then,
Fadika, just let it be, man. That you're picking.
So the that was very respectful in just believe in general. You know,
Man, that man a big brother. Your man, man, he's gonna be disrespected. No, man, on public radio. Apologize to the man. Ask the man a question.
I never disrespected him. I think people were on the show. You know.
Are you going to make peace, smoke peace by with the man, offer the man an apology and
Yeah, not going to do tonight. The same way peace coming between AB and Fadiga.
Exactly. In the spirit of peacemaking, please take
the
it.
community
has convened. Correct.
So the community, that transfer that community peace thing. Yeah, honestly, I spoke to AB not too long. AB himself said that yes, very soon we're going to see peace. The community engaged that. I was just on the phone with AB not too just a while, like 15 minutes ago, and he said to me that everything is on course. The brother, his intent was nice. Then like he felt his reputation was hurt, and he needed to sort it up. So we should anticipate that. It's just like I think where they are now is how did you craft that statement to the discussion of the other scene. I think eventually we're going to see peace, and I mean we should move on. As brothers to move on the thing. And it was just unfortunate that situation happened. Other than that, the team would have been the best team to fight drugs.
Yeah. All right, Seleke, we'll give you only one question because you upset the director and you're late, so we'll cut you down to one question. Go ahead, shoot.
Yeah, but honestly, again, good evening, everybody. Good morning for my. So the director felt disrespected the first time. I want to apologize, but that was not my intent to disrespect you. I'm on the show every day. I don't disrespect anybody here or any of the guests that come on the show. So I don't know why would I want to. I just asked you uncomfortable questions and you felt disrespected, but apologies. But, you know, I just wanted to ask a question and glad that the opportunity is given to me. And I really, really appreciate if you can respond to that. So I remember when the crisis was going on between you and Director Kromah, and you and your deputies, or the other deputies that all of you, were fired. You guys said that you received intelligence from the U.S. Embassy that once AB Kromah is serving as the DEA director, the U.S. is not going to support the LDA. Is that information still true? Because you said you received that intelligence.
Man.
The issue of what happened between Director Kromah and myself, like I told Susan, I don't want to relitigate what happened between me and Director.
No, it's not between you and Honorable Kromah. It's about the U.S. Embassy.
The issue between me and Director Kromah will not be relitigated on this platform.
Okay, so then let me jump in. Let me jump in with a watery question. Is the drugs trade when you campaigned?
Ahmed, are you really going to let? I'm sure Shafa here has a partner comment. Can you let him come? Thank you, Mr. Sophonik. Mr. D, do you have a partner comment for the director?
Yeah, I mean, I listen to everybody. Like one thing he stated about the airport. At the start of the show, I asked him whether there was a joint task force on the fight against drugs. I think we all on the platform travel when we travel in and out of this country. When you come into the airport, you see custom. You don't see DE at the airport. And so custom has the ability to detect whether you come with narcotic. If you get busted and you get turned over to the DEA and the DEA take it from there. So I think if we don't have a joint task force, we're going to have a problem. Because the DEA is not like a police force that will be patrolling the street. I hear them carrying out raid. Fadiga stated that whenever they plan a raid, then by the time they get there, the people get a tip off and the place is clean. And so when you have a joint task force, you have a little insulated group. Yeah, I mean you move you move in stealth capacity. That you get there and then you put everybody down, then you call the people, then you call you call the able-bodied men to come and sweep the place. But you already there based on your intelligence and you got the head. But whenever, from what I saw, doing you guys down with AB, it was like you guys driving, going to do a raid, and it's on Facebook Live. I mean, even if nobody tipped me off, if I'm on Facebook, I would know, hey, these guys are coming in my neighborhood. So I think that you guys were too exposed to the public in carrying your operation than just being stealth and just hitting is draw back, get your intelligence, hit and draw back. In the case of the airport, I mean, work with custom. Work with custom. When you have inbound flights, you got the manifest. You know, I think you guys should get the manifest before all of that. Evaluate the manifest. Okay, you got passenger A's coming on Kenya Airway from Accra. They fly from Accra to Monrovia, but this passenger was on that flight that came from Nairobi, and this passenger was on that flight that came from Bangkok. You know what I mean, Fadiga? And most of the people that come, that's how they come to the country. They don't just go to Ghana and come right back. They have multiple hubs. So I think the DA need to work more under the cover of darkness than than be open up to that. And what I saw today, I mean, rounding those people up, I mean, that's a good side. I mean, that's the demand side of the war on drugs. Those people need treatment. Those people got health condition. They need treatment. But the supply side, that's the one that need to be tackled strongly with the John Task Force. By the way, thank you for coming on.
Before I lost my train of thought with respect to that raid today, you asked my personal or professional opinion. I wouldn't have, if I were in that position, I wouldn't have raided Zimbabwe. I mean, Kingsley. I wouldn't have dislodged those young men from that era. The reason is simple. We have more than 800 young people of disadvantaged youth that are living in the cemetery. Dislodging them is almost like dress right dread. They're going to find another haven to go to. You're not solving the problem. Sooner or later, the community going to be crowded. People paying people, they're going to be burglarizing people. Let me tell you the thing about those drug dealers, those drug addicts. In that little space that they are that they reside, some of them barely leave that area. They smoke there, they get high there. The people around there sell food to them. They buy the food and they live there. How do they get the money to buy the food? They go on the road and beg. They go and push low car and they get the money and they come back. You know where to find them at any given time. You know where to find them. If you want to conduct a hair count or conduct an intake or any of those things, psychosocial, it's easy for you to go down there and find them in that location. I would allow for them to be to that place. We create a comprehensive plan or rehabilitation strategy to be able to take them from those areas in various counties all around the country. We build those areas. We hire nurses. We hire social workers. We hire lesson psychiatrists. We hire case worker. We hire peer review counselor. We hire vocational trainer in those facilities, and we set it up. Look, Liberia is a rich country. I don't buy that nonsensical story about people not having money. If we want to build those things, we can build it. You build those things all over. You hire the right people to monitor those things. You give them the option because people got to be willing to go into treatment before they go into treatment. Based on the psychosocial interview, based on every information that you have gathered, you put them in different categories. People that have history of criminality, they will be put in certain categories. People that have history of just drug use, you put it in different categories. You put them in those categories. You send them to treatment, and you prepare them for them to come out and become productive citizens. Anything short of that, will there be acting? Will there be dressing the soul, and the soul will there be on there and getting infected until it will reach a point that there will be we won't have any medication to treat that soul. And that's the situation we are faced with right now. Let's fight job. Let's do it the right way. Bring in the right people. Bring in the right people, people of character, people of integrity, people with the expertise, both in drug and law enforcement, to tackle the thing heads on. Unfortunately, in Liberia, that's not how it works. In fact, people are more afraid of people that know what to do than anything else. But the drug thing is on our government, and if we don't act, like Tomalin was saying, it's going to be difficult for us in 2029.
Okay, just a bit. Let me add something there, Mr. Nagbe. You know, when they had that $100 million drug bust, you know, we have a habit in that country of missing the key point of certain issues. That container came into the country. There was a consignee of that container. That consignee of that container was Abijade. I think some Abijade subsidiary, right, Fadiga? Yeah. That was a consignee of that container. So he was the owner of that container and the produce that were in that container. Supposedly, he said that this individual flew into Liberia and offered him X amount of dollar for the content in the container. And he tipped up the law enforcement, and they went there and arrested this individual right away. And then they opened the container and they found these drugs in there. But mind you, who possession that container was in at the time they found the drugs? It wasn't the three individuals. It was the consignee of that container, because the transaction, the alleged transaction to buy the container and the content never happened, right, Fadiga? It never happened. So when people say,
prosecutor even brought in for any form of prosecution.
So now they took these guys to court, and these guys had a damn good lawyer, former Associate Justice Michael Wickens, right? You want to lock my client off for 20 years for drug trafficking, and he was never in possession of the substance. They consigned the guy who imported the stuff was not questioned or charged. But you want to put my guys in jail because this guy is telling you my guys want to buy for him. So right there, those guys won the case.
Let me tell you how it's going. Let me tell you, it's a deliberate thing. Let me tell you, it starts with a charge sheet. Those guys, they deliberately write a charge sheet in a manner that when you go to court, that case will be thrown off. So as head of the agency or someone in charge of that, you have to pay attention to detail. It's unfortunate, but you have to look at some of those charge sheets, especially with the high-profile cases. You have to look at it, review them, because they deliberately write these charge sheets in a manner that most of the guys will walk.
Yep. But listen, Fadiga, just a minute. You try to lock somebody up, find them guilty beyond all reasonable doubt. So who was in possession of that $100 million worth of narcotic at the time the government confiscated it? It wasn't the individuals. The individual was allegedly accused of trying to buy it from this man who supposedly tipped up the government.
You see, that's how they confuse everybody. They tipped for that narcotic substance. It came from our international partner. And I can tell you, our international partner was very disappointed. But again, Liberia is a suffering country. They're not going to say much, but they're going to look the other way. And beyond the scene, they would tell you they were very discouraged. They know exactly what happened.
And so I can't be talking. I'll be closer on this. So when you say people in the DEA,
you have your time. You're not saying it's repetition. Then no, come in and you come out with kind of a,
no. I'm talking about a fact. I'm talking about something. I'm talking about something that happened.
Don't go where you went.
I'm not calling anybody name. I'm talking about something that happened.
Go ahead. Don't go there next time, please.
So when you made a comment saying that people in the DEA, are more for some of these traffickers, and now you say that, and you say that container that was a tip off from an international partner. So probably the consignee was tipped off, and they created that story. I mean, that could be possible.
But let me say this. I know I was told that when I'm sure when you guys took over the DA, you saw the notes. I'm concerned about the $100 million drop, because I was informed that when the new government came to power, they found out there were over 600 and some more IPDs issued for frozen food products. and that 100 million drugs came through of frozen food. Okay, and what were the notes that you guys saw that those who are involved in the questions I've asking you to? All the notes you guys saw for 100 million worth of drugs, that was a big case. To just the government lost the case, and now second two, I'm still concerned that you. I mean, I know you say you have confidence in this president with the issue on drugs, but honestly, going to the 10th year, and the issue about drugs is still a challenge, up to the point where people believe that if you are a DA boss and a high-profile person is involved, maybe somebody from the first family or something, you think you have that are you will be brave to issue an arrest on that person or charge that person, or you will close an eye? Because if you want to fight drug on an issue, nobody should be off limit. Okay, before I end, I think Safa is a historian here. There was an issue involving, I was told, during the Tomalin administration, when the late police director, Luzon Hammer, I think he arrested the first lady, I think, in her car or something like that, because they said the person, I think they violated the traffic or something, and they said, he said, nobody, she's not above the law, you know. But in order for the drug issue to be tackled, because honestly, from what I'm getting, since you be on the show, I'm being informed that, look, they say Fadika is not, he's not being real with you guys. Fadika has in possession a lot of information. You know, because the position he sat in, all the intelligence came to you. You know who.
You see, the Christian man to laugh, but he didn't go further.
You know who.
I don't even remember. You wouldn't talk that in a tight spot.
You know who are involved in this thing. But then if we say we want to fight it, we say it's a threat to our country, then we're hiding things and baby, I don't know, but honestly, if you really love Liberia too, you will say, look, it is true that people are involved inside, people in the top. But you said government people are not involved. You said it today. And honestly, there's no way people will be arrested.
There's no evidence. Dream, I tell you, at the DA, there's no credible evidence.
Intelligence.
Any senior official of this government were directly linked with drug trafficking, the sale, the importation of drug in the country. However, I cannot rule out that people in this government are not protecting drug cartel or people that are importing drug into the country. I cannot rule that out.
Yeah, but so if now because there's somebody asked a question about the source. Because honestly, I mean, nobody people not brave to just be doing this thing and nothing happening. The people continue to do it because they know that
we have an idea. I still see intelligence. But coming here and calling John Brownie is not going to solve the problem. It's only going to burn certain people and there's an ongoing investigation on most of those people. We just need the right people in place.
Confidence
on them.
Have you told the president confidence about those? Have you told the president confidence? I'll see my tell the news about. Have you told the president honestly? Tomalin George is one of those. Have you told the president that those the real characters behind it?
What I can tell you, I spoke with the president about the drug situation, and he showed keen interest in addressing the drug situation. And everything I told him, it has happened. So I'm sure that being an experienced politician, he's not just going to downplay it. I still have confidence in him, and I know that he's gonna act.
I know. Basically, the LDA operate via reconnaissance.
Intelligence.
Yeah, intelligence.
Lastly, intelligence.
Yeah, and my guy that was just sending the message to me said to me that he knows, and you know, that your reconnaissance, maybe you both didn't have the hard facts, but there was something directed to Chris, allegedly, that Chris is linked heavily. He been into it for a very long time. The way he moved in the community and other thing, he said, "I got most of those things," but because he's harder rooted in the system, you guys didn't make effort. But your reconnaissance got some information that he's linked to some of these guys, and now you pretend to hear that you didn't hear that before.
It's news to me.
He said, you know the fact. You got some reconnaissance. He may not have the hard facts, but you got some hearsay that he's linked to it. That's why I asked you.
That's news to me.
That's news to you.
Tomalin.
Only the weird administration government officials openly protected drugs dealers, but
No, I don't think so. In this drug thing, look, it didn't start on a drug.
Did you
The
suspect
drug
any?
thing, it started on the Seleke administration.
No,
And
let's come back to the new administration. Did you suspect any government official? I don't want you to call names. Let me free you a little bit from some. But did you suspect any current government officials or anyone linked to the president, linked to this issue, or the Unity Party?
No. But what I would tell you,
you don't have to call name, but did you suspect anybody? You don't have to call name. You don't have to call the name. You don't know the name, but did you suspect?
In order to get intelligent, somebody must be. No. To answer your question, no.
Tomalin, so Pewee, you know, you make a point to Fatiga, and I think we need to emphasize that so that we put this thing back into context. Part of the large reason you people were able to come to power was the propaganda that the Myean government were perpetrating drugs, and Bwaka would erase it. That was one of the strengths in your campaign. You campaign on it, you accused the government, if to say part of the government policy was to sell drugs, that was part of the means they were using to raise revenue. So you guys keep, there is no adequate policy. Up to now, look at you sitting here with 2 years in, you're telling the Republic that 95% of those calling themselves drug fighter D officers are facilitators of drugs. So let's even forget about
they have close ties to drug dealer.
I come in now, let me finish. I come in. So let's forget about fighting the crime. Let's forget about fighting the drug dealer themselves. Internally, you came in. You are not even able to put the system under control. That is, rip up the bad apple. But yet you campaign against.
Let me answer that question, Ahmed. My role in the LDA
when I say, okay, just for correction, when I say you,
I was not in charge.
When I say you, I'm not referring to you as Fatiga. I'm talking about the Bwaka government approach to drugs fight, because it was
President Bwaka hired us to do the job. So when we blame him for if we don't adequately fight drug crime, we were putting in place to answer your question. We were putting measures in place, and I can tell you some. As director for operation, or deputy director general for operation, what we did was to stress the importance of professionalism at all times when we make contact with the public and our interaction during raids, search and seizure, and fighting drug crime. If you ask any officer in the DA, will tell you, if I catch you behaving unprofessionally, I disrobe you, suspend you, and forward you to the board for investigation.
But it said the drug has increased.
I'm gonna give me a second. You're coming.
Yeah, go ahead.
We want to thank you very much. What I like to do, I know you initially made your final comments, but whatever Ahmed is about to ask you as you're answering that, please try to include that in your closing comments.
Okay.
So we'll let you go, because these guys will not stop tonight. As long as you're here,
I know.
Ahmed is not going to stop. Sylvester is not going to stop.
Yeah, that will stop. So I'm saying, according to what we have, news we have received and our own analysis, as I'm talking to you now as the CEO of Truth and Inc., that the drug trade has increased 50% more in the past 2 years than it was 6 years ago under the Bwaka administration. Loopholes have been widened, and as a result of the uncertainty created in the DEA during the standout with you guys, it created a lot of lapses, and so the drug trade increased 50% more than it was under the Myean administration.
I agree with you, and I will reserve my comment, because as an intelligent analyst, our job was to review raw data and make sense of those data. If you look at the spike in the drug overdose and the drug situation in Liberia, and you pay close attention to the trend and pattern, and you read some of the online chatter from the different chat room, there's some political undertone to this, but I don't want to get into it. I don't want to take away or deviate from this topic to bring open another can of worm. But I will hope our security people are paying close attention to the proliferation of drug on the market. Why were cruise reduced from $200 to $100? Why are they selling cruise $100 now? Why are more people taking it? Why are more people overdosing on these substances, like the new one, the Spark? And why we are seeing a lot of these videos on social media? Think about it. I will allow the policymakers to think about that, and they can decide on how to tackle this job. It's not an excuse for all fighting drug crime, though, but it's something to think about.
Thank you very much.
So I mean, thank you guys for having me. It's always a pleasure. It's always humbling. I mean, coming to these event or these forum to lend my voice to the cause. I appreciate you guys. My dear brother Tomalin, when you reach out to me, I couldn't miss out on the opportunity to contribute to a national crisis. The drugs thing, again, I cannot stress it enough. Everybody, this is not a CDC team, it's not a UP team or CMC team. The drug team is a Liberian crisis, and it needs to be addressed through a collaborative effort. Every Liberian, every well-meaning Liberian should help support this effort. If the president succeeds in fighting drug crime, Liberia succeeds. If the president fails, we all fail. So let us rally around the president. Let us challenge our policymaker, our lawmaker. They got part to play in this. We need to increase the budget of LDA. I still believe that the minimum wage for any agent should be around 400.
That's
the
fair enough.
LDA should increase the manpower to at least 2,000. They should provide adequate equipment, logistics, training. It will interest you to know that of the 500 and change employee at the LDA, only 144 has gone through basic law enforcement training since it was reestablished. That's disturbing and unfortunate.
Are you gearing up to go back to the country for the October reshuffle? Maybe it might just be factor.
They get anything called October reshuffle. I will be going back. I don't have any intention. A lot of people reach out to me. They want me to resume work in the US. I can still return to my previous job here, and there's other opportunity with Border Patrol and other areas that people thought.
Yeah, I started recruiting heavily. So
somebody, my neighbor told me, and he sent me the stuff.
They just recruiting big time.
I don't have any intention of staying in the US. So definitely, I'll be going to Liberia to help. I'll start my small business. I'm hoping to create establish a rehabilitation center too. I'm working with other stakeholders for the open rehabilitation center. I think I can do well in our role. I think I can help.
But in the meantime, you would take an offer. If the president offer you, you take it. If anything were to come out, now the
president. One thing I can tell you. Everybody that I spoke with the president, including myself, the president has confidence in me. And I have no doubt that he has it in his mind that I should serve in this government. So I won't be surprised if he called me back to serve.
Okay, that's fair enough. That's good, brother. Okay, my brother. Thank you for coming, man.
Thank you,
Director.
Thank you very much, my brother. You've been very gracious and
brother.
very, very magnanimous with your time tonight. We thank you ever so much for the knowledge, the experience, expertise that you bring to the game. I'm happy that you and AB, I expressed my consternation here the last time when you two came here, that two very competent guys, and yet you were canceling each other out. So I'm very happy that, you returned to peacemaking. We look forward to you guys, helping our government combat this menace. But thank you very much.
Good night.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Good night. Good night, guys.
I think fair enough. It was a good show, at least for me, from my perspective. It was fair. But again, he still find himself in the partisan thing. So he wouldn't say some hard thing. So he still find himself a supporter of Wakai. So you were a little bit.
I found it pretty interesting, Sylvester, that he would 180 degrees contradict the sitting deputy director's comments. I found that very, very puzzling. This is the man who is currently at the job. I expected him to feel the liberty to say
Because I mean,
what he said.
because the deputy director statement is indicting the rescue mission. All of what Fadiga then came back against yesterday. So he's indicting them. So that's why he tried to disassociate or try to blow that. That's it.
And I just want to add something that Tomalin, we talk about the DA, but there are two very important positions that we overlooking, and they can high profile. The Attorney General and Minister of Justice, who held the Joint Security, and the National Security Advisor. This thing is a national security epidemic in the country. We always say the president. So that's why I kept asking you, do you guys have a joint task force? The DA getting intelligence for NSA cannot do it alone. They got to have a joint task force that they can be able to work the thing. For a year and a half, and all we year to go into meetings. We have an attorney general that's a corporate lawyer that write contracts. We have a national security advisor that's a human rights activist. They attend conferences and give speeches. Military and paramilitary organizations are action-oriented people. So until they can get the resources, they get a joint task force with everything in place with NSA, immigration, custom, police, and LDA, it's gonna be a long day.
Look, I tell you this, right? Look, and I'll say this: if opposition, whoever running against the government, if they carry this issue about drugs, look, Jihad Trump ran on immigration, he won. Honestly, he ran on immigration, he won, and he was clear that, and I couldn't for some reason why the Democrat was like open borders. Let me frank. And right now they have decreased. I think you never see people crossing again. The softening border. Okay, if somebody run the campaign on the issue of drug, because it's visible, people are being affected. People seen every day, and from what I see happening, the president he didn't have the political will to do it. No, I don't expect my brother to throw him the bus, but President Boga, he was serious for a drug. He will address the nation, set up a real task force, and even bringing in try to get even ask for the U.S. Drug Enforcement Agency to help you to bring in the K9 dogs and things that be involved. Because honestly, if you having dogs at the airport, all of us traveling in America, the continental America. I remember one time we were traveling in the land, man, the dog kept on by my bed. I said, "What?" I would never. I said, "What?" I come and see the dog council, and the man will put a dog in your council with the dog, and he walks so. I said, "Why they gotta keep on my side, man?"
The dog say let travel too much.
I will pray. I said, "What am I not?" My story, but again, then look at our borders. Okay, how do we know at night? People traveling at night. How do we know how they bring drugs through the border? How are we stopping it? The DE officers they are poorly compensated. You take the man come and say, "Man, let me pass, give you $1,000 US, and you're making less than $200. You take the bribe." That's what happening. So I don't think the government is serious to fight the issue of drug. They play the game with CDC. They wanted the CDC was bringing push in the country. Now everybody can tell you now. No, they're not politics. Yeah, the issue of drugs have increased in the last 2 years. More people dying now from it. It's affecting everybody, and we're not serious. So look, if I give you advice to don't run for office, my calendar will announce in 2026. We'll put it forward. We will say that my number one target is to stop drugs in this country, and we'll stop it. But right now, the way it is going, if anybody run against the government on the issue of drugs, the person will be on it because they aren't doing nothing but it. They're not serious, honestly. But before I end, let me shout out our birthday to Professor Bruce, our IT lady. Today's her birthday, Professor Yaya Bruce. Happy birthday from the closing argument team. Enjoy your birthday. She's working on our new platform, our new website, everything. Want to say shout out to you. Enjoy your birthday, Professor Yaya Bruce. From all of us on the closing argument. Happy birthday. Yeah, Mr. Nagbe.
Thank you very much, Chief. Guys, 30 seconds each. Closing comments. I'm sure we didn't talk about anything else other than drugs today. Let's start with you, Mr. Deeks, and then we'll go to Sylvester, and then Ahmed will Close us out.
Yeah, great show. This drug issue shouldn't be about politics. It should be about the survival of the nation. I mean, if you saw those videos today where they were taking those kids. I saw one that was singing in the bus. I mean, you could see them. I mean, you could see people that are just. I mean, I got serious health condition. I mean, the addiction problem is serious. So I mean, the government need to step up. The National Security Advisor, the Attorney General, who is chairman of Joint Security, they need to step up. They need to step up. The DA cannot do it alone. I don't care who you point the DA. If you don't have the blessing from those two individuals at the top, it's going to be very difficult. So they have to step up. Speaking of, I think Fadiga mentioned that all people take advantage of the VIP lounge. So that's where the Joint Security and National Security Advisor come into place. You know, I mean, DA can't go bump VIP lounge. Then you set up guidelines for the usage of those facilities. If you're a minister and you're traveling on your personal trip or government official, you don't use it. You want to use that thing for official state functions. You know what I mean? Then, I mean, everybody go through the regular security screening. So, I mean, great show, guys.
Thank you. Either Mr. Pewee or Ahmed, one of you guys want to go?
Yeah, we'll go.
Yeah, let me go. That minister be the last.
Mr. Minister, you agree to that?
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Do we need a peace conference again in Alaska?
No. We don't need the community to intervene here.
Mr. Nagbe, I don't even need to say more. I mean, of all the things Fadiga said, it just make you heartbroken to even talk more. So specifically, as a Liberian, what I would recommend that we focus on now, when the immediate former operation director said close to 95% of the men and women responsible fighting drugs are facilitators, then it tells us that we must approach the LDA the way we must start from ground zero. Before we start the fight, we must prepare the arm that would carry out the fight, so that the way we deal with
you heard most of the people are volunteers, right? You heard that before, right?
Oh wow.
Yes.
Wow. I swear to God. I mean,
Sylvester, didn't you hear this?
Wow. And then we're making all that big show, giving t-shirt to people, putting the people on the ring. I mean, like, come on. So in other words, in short, Mr. Nagbe, I would just say probably for those of us in the opposition, when we are opportune to take over the country again, I think the way we did the AFL was dismantle and rebuild. I think the DEA needs to be like that. We need to recruit, retrain, and so dismantle that whole thing, vet people, bring in new high school to college students in there, set some standards. You can dismantle that entire force, go back in there. The ones who are okay, you put in, vet it. That the way we did, we build a new army. That is why today the AFL is considered with respect and capable. I think we need to do the same thing in the DEA. A similar thing happened with the police, maybe not as compared to the AFL, but at least there were some touches there. The DEA have not been, and now the biggest war we are fighting that drugs. So we need an army prepared for. We need an army that is prepared. That army is the DEA, but that one we got with 95%. We'll protest every day, but we're not going anywhere. I turn it over to the minister.
But yes, and I mean, the protesters themselves are becoming compromised. I mean, where do we go?
Yeah.
Quickly, what I would say, and I think that would be the part of the solution to the problem. That would be the beginning of the solution to the problem. What the government will have to do is, I think the president should just use his, and that's what Article 50. He is the head of government, commander in chief. The president should deploy. Now, with 95% of those already contaminated in the DEA, it's a problem. So what can the president do here? Deploy a segment of the military to begin the fight against drugs. This is a national pandemic. Deploy a portion of the military. Deploy that. You can request that. I mean, we've seen it happening in the biggest democracy. Today, Washington, D.C., we have the National Guard deployed. Something coming from all our area. Deploy the portion of the military. The military is well respected in that country. Deploy the portion of the military. I think that will be the beginning of something. And I think I'm going to call on the president to begin to think about that. If that is the problem, ask the chief of staff. Instruct the chief of staff to deploy a portion of the military. And then they would use the intelligence coming from the NSA and all things. Trust me. Because if they get all of those intelligence coming after they deploy their reconnaissance, if they receive the intelligence, if it is the military, trust me, it wouldn't be that compromised. Because we have folks already in the DA that have already diluted the entire fight against the drugs war. So I think it will be a good thing. We may well look at if the president was to ask the military, pump some money to the military, give the chief of staff 1 year mandate first and see. We'll review, see what's going to happen. There's going to be tremendous changes in the fight against drugs. And I agree with Dix here that, hey, if you are not traveling as a government official, use the general terminal. Everybody should not just always, and that's it. Assistant minister, deputy minister, not only them, their family, fiancé or wife, use that VIP area to go to travel. They will sit there. They will sit and no protocol. They start taking the protocol officer to bring their beer, coffee. It shouldn't be that way. I'm saying this to you. Not only those officials are these, their fiancé. Now I'm not talking about their wife, but their fiancé will travel via the VIP law. Of course. Not the one, because now we have two now, right? So the new one that we are dedicated before he left office, that was exclusively for the president and the vice president. But the one we all were using, the president was using before, there's no control now. No control. And it's unfortunate that the protocol officer won't stop them, the EPS deploy there won't stop them because of all government officials. No, it shouldn't be that way. It shouldn't be that way. And I had to bring it because those people that are coming into the VIP lot from there, some of the vehicle, the EPS officers will take the vehicle straight to the terminal when they plane land, and then they get them from there still with the and you see the reason why we say that. So the best way to do it, if you send insurance to the chief of staff, the military, I respect them. They will put some changes. I think.
But you know something with the military people. Speaking of an ex-military, military are trained to shoot and kill the person on the other side. The last time the military was deployed against the citizen in Liberia doing Ebola, a kid got killed in West Point. You remember that? And you remember that? And then when the U.S. military came in with a 2-star general, the first thing he asked that the military go back to the barracks. The military are trained to kill and provide logistical support, move things, people.
But this way, when you rob them, they have to bring them to help us.
So no, but guess what? Where you can use them, you can use them to sanitize the area. Because what Fadika is saying, when we play raid, and then you say when you work in intelligence, when you play in raid, you know where now we're going to deploy them more.
Yeah. So they don't manage their own intelligence.
They don't manage their own intelligence. They speak it, and then they get in the car.
But Pewee, how do you manage the intelligence when the very people with whom you play intelligence are part of the team? Pewee is responsible. Pewee.
No. You can manage at the higher level.
Pewee, but it's possible the very higher level part of the on the drug payroll.
That's it.
And that is what we're saying with this director's comments. And I'm sure he's not alone. And the men at the higher up, and these are the higher ups, just like you pointed out, Sylvester, who come through the VIP lounge. These are the guys who are who are possibly conveying these things into the country. And I think, the
country is lawless, man. And we put law into the place in our country, the country will wake up.
And baffles me, you know what baffles me? If you go to Dallas Airport or Reagan Airport on a Thursday or Friday, the richest country in the world, powerful country in the world, the congressman will see on TV, you will see them going through security than anybody else.
Yeah. The last time,
I got a picture I took at Reagan Airport with John Lewis, Tomalin.
It happened the last time. Senator Kuhn.
Yeah.
He was just about 3% ahead of things.
Yeah.
Even listening up, he reached to that area, he wanted to take his belt or the other TSA guard. He said, no. This machine now is new. It can need a belt, just scan everything. Yeah. It's a new thing up. I mean, that's the case, but that can't happen back home, my brother.
No. They drive you to the aircraft. They drive you, pick you up. All thing is.
I mean, I've seen the list. Senator Bob Dole at Dallas Airport. Senator Bob Dole, World War II veteran, Senate Majority Leader.
Yeah.
you know, former presidential Republican at the airport. At the airport. But in our place, everybody, I mean, assistant minister, you're not on official business. You drive
Everybody
to
was on the red carpet and come straight through.
And this you know how I know that the minister will do. The flight is maybe even the flight is let's say the flight is 8 p.m. Brussels. Let's say 8 p.m. Liberia time. That WSA will come in to the airport sometime maybe 5 p.m. They sit down there because there's some entertainment purpose there, right? They'll get Henneken, they get coffee, they do put the coffee down, start serving. And they come with their whatsoever thing, you come with person away or whatever, they're there
Right.
that time, right? Then they're relaxing. Then so out of the EPS, because again, those EPS officers that are there, so they will rely and they will not stop them because when they're about to leave and they drop them, they expect something from them because they pay
No.
small.
Yeah.
Right? So then they will be checking, they'll be boosting them. Then they'll ready to then the EPS will go, oh, Minister, no, it's flying right, flying lane here. There we last. You want more anything?
But country way.
And you notice, and you ever notice that, you know, because of the behavior, so Liberia cannot be the last port of call, or plane cannot leave from Liberia and go to America right away.
No.
Liberia cannot be the last port of call. And you notice when you take Brussels and you get to Brussels, they put you through security before they bring you back in the general population.
Excellent. And that's a very good point because you see the reason, and I was there that the last time, sometime when we were active, I was there, and they point just strategies. From RIA, you get into Brussels. Sorry, the train is starting. From RIA, you get into Brussels, and then Brussels, you're going through some very stringent screening again. But if you leave from Accra, Ghana, the screening Accra, Ghana is very tough.
Yeah.
Very, very, very tough. From Accra straight into New York or Atlanta or DC. But for us, I mean, you're right. That's part of the reason why, because somebody will just walk from their house, from their car. They're not going through no metal detector. Walk through in the government, get a bag, straight in the plane. It's risky. It's risky. We don't know what the person is carrying. It's risky. It's risky to the extent those security officers that straight into the line. The last time was coming to the recent trip. There was a little nigga right behind me. The guy came, when the guy was rushing, the security guy to the guy said, "Hey, chief, that's what they're playing for. They're playing you." I told him, "Said you doing that and then go on and play with us." This man is going on the plane with us.
Yep.
No, man, thank you guys for tonight, man. I gotta bounce. Hopefully we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Tomalin, we'll talk later, man. I'm
All right, man. Have a good night.
Myean, please put that in, man. You guys, I don't want to show something, but you can go though. Myean, when I stop that.
Who did?
What's this?
At the pro tem.
What Myean? Oh, you put it up already?
Who did?
Okay, there was a lady they call Kuzberete. They say she passed away. I don't want to say that she cried for help. But all she knew, all the top folks in the government.
Hey, man, I knew she from Banana SL.
Yeah, she knew all the people in the government. She cried for help, and they didn't pay attention to her. She said, "You shouldn't, my children. I shouldn't die before you can't help me." You know, and so people.
I heard that schools from Banana SL.
A lot of people from Unity Party, they send me that. Some folks, some members of the UP who are not happy, they send me that stuff today. They say, "Look, it's sad that this day she hung with the vice president, the president, the pro tem, and Senator Dillon. All of them knew her. But
She was a very action person. I knew her personally.
Yeah, she wasn't well, and she was going through, and she was crying for help. She even wrote on her page and said, "Look, I need help."
Yeah, the last time when LeBron she met me, she had dropped a lot of weight. She told me she had not been well, but she was moving on now, and that's almost 2 years ago when I last met her.
Now I'm told that she passed away, and then now they're gonna kind of raise money to help her now and take care of her. But her children, she was concerned about her kids, and she said, "I need help," you know. But again, we all different people. That's what people don't understand, and people think that like since this month, that I tell you, that people that in organization that will pay money when somebody die will pay money every day. That I in one group right now, one of our friend again, he's getting buried in Pennsildvania this weekend. We're not reaching almost 30,000 already.
Yeah, that's cool.
I mean, I don't know, but again, you part of this this thing, and when people are going through their tough time, they reach out to you. I mean, if you get it, you help. You get it, I understand. But God sees the heart, But this lady was crying for help. Reached out to all people she supported, and thank him. She felt abandoned now. She passed, and the people from in her party now, they're the one who sent anything. The party said they were not happy. They're the one who sent it. Said, look, they didn't cry. So maybe one of will be the next. But that's life, I just pray that.
It's sad.
Also, rest in peace.
She from the United Party?
Yeah. Unity Party headquarters, the whole Banana estate at Unity Party base there.
Okay.
She's huge. She's one person that do know a lot, young people a lot. She's very sociable, very friendly. I just hearing the news. I see why
she passing Marulia.
Our men from the I think our men from the estate there that went with the Janje.
Young people dying too much, man.
Janje Jacob.
Yeah, Janje Jacob said something today. Say what? I said, what happened? I think for the reason he did that.
I think that because of her.
I saw it. I saw it earlier. I saw the post about her death earlier today, but I didn't know she was blocking.
What was the cause of death?
I don't know, man.
I don't know.
She was sick. She was sick at all.
Yeah, my man, that country there to be friend. Another issue, that health setup, brother. I got sick in our country, my man. I had to run to Ghana.
Yeah, but when I saw you one time, I said, "Huh?" I said, what they gotta do to himself?
My man, when I left Liberia, I got sick in Liberia. I kept getting sick. You go to the hospital, it's less than 0.0% of medication in the drugs they gave you. All the things I get, Fiamomo. I tell that Sonny.
Posting all the thing. I said, but the guy he posting that day, that he
so I went to Accra. My friend sent a private jet for me. Because I told him, I'm not too well. So he said, okay, I'm
a big boss in there, you see? Private jet.
That is easy for no private jet.
I'm not CDC. I said, my friend, I said, government give me private jet.
But you know what? You know what? Speaking of the healthcare, I think for you, Seleke. I know plenty of people that have been through that. I mean,
just end my story. When I entered America, July, I will never forget that day.
July what? Last year?
Last year, July.
But Seleke really improved.
I went Ghana. I was at the airport. Coming back after I went there with this on treatment. I was coming back. I was in Ghana. Somebody looked at me and said, "My man, you looking well." Because the hospital could not really determine what was happening. I said, "But what the hell? I come and sit here in Africa doing diarrhea in Ghana. Why can't you continue to the US one time for treatment?" My man, I got to the US. 2 days after, I was rushed to the emergency, bro. I was taken in the hospital. They brought a bed, put all that the tubes in, and I kept no breath. My breath was gone. Spent almost a month in the hospital, bro. They had everything. They had was giving up.
You are dying, brother.
That's what happened in our country, bro. In our country, I'm not drinking. The sodium, the salt people eat that. My man, we don't. People don't exercise, people drink a lot. They eat all kind of food with sodium, potassium, all the things. They didn't even check it out. And when you get to a certain age, then you get messing up. Before you make up your mind, something catch up with you, then you. And look, the thing they call hospital, they filter a being hospital. I think I know say hospital, they're not clinic, they're not building here. Hospital, that equipment, brother. Because the thing that people will put on you, look at you say, but they want if that JFK or Liberia are done. Monitoring you with all kinds of stuff, and not everybody get that opportunity.
Bro. The people can see inside you now, everything.
The people got a team. No, let me tell you something, right? That's what our friend, he passed away, Herbert Johnson. You are a journalist. Herbert to this country, we're saying that drinking, eating that day. Then he said, "My man, my story be hurting me, so I can't, my man." I said, "My man," he said, "But I get no insurance." So, man, let's go to Mercy right here. They play here. Don't worry. They put here, they will bill you. Just go there. They will not refuse you. We took the guy there. I know the guy he said, "Who that man to you?" I said to my brother, he said, "But why you gotta see me?" He said, "Because we're African, we don't really." He said, "But that man there, I go tomorrow, man. See him that don't coming because the man get cancer all." I said, "He said what?" He said, "Man, the thing going on, man. You know, spread." He said, he said, "That man doctor come tomorrow and he see him doctor tell me what happened." The man came and said, "The man finished." I said, "Huh?" My friend come in now. Said the man, he he just keep it up with our time. The man gonna die. Amara Kone Kim.
My man.
Amara visiting America, you're Minister of Finance. Amara asked me, I said, but then send her home. Somebody can go in. When I was friend, a new, they called themselves, Amara paid the two of them way to take it home. Everybody said, let me go home and try her and country her. After he went home 10 days later, I got away one morning when I put my computer on. Everyone come on. I said, so
brother, when the people sit and tell you say you finish, no, that thing, my man. Because listen, your life is in the blood. My man, that thing they left in the blood. All the people need to do test that blood. Anything that in you will come outside. Either in your urine or in your blood.
Right? I believe, I will tell you the truth. I believe cancer treatment is in a girl. You know what I say for? I was in Rhode Island many years ago.
Costa get a treatment.
Hey, I told him different now. Many years ago, right? Put that thing in work.
No, Tomalin, but Tomalin, when you talk about cancer treatment, the thing is, until the government.
Was I here one day with that thing? Be making fun.
Tomalin, until the government can tell the Liberian people that your basic primary health care is free, you're gonna have a lot of sick people in the country.
Yeah, but people have
no.
Wait,
Tomalin, listen. Just your routine visit is way cheaper than when you get very sick to go to the hospital. Do you know that? Right?
Why in Liberia? Why we can't have?
No, Tomalin, don't say how much it costs to. I come in, Tomalin. You say expensive. How much it costs to have a rural clinic? How much it costs a year to have a rural clinic?
I saw what about
don't cost much. You're right.
No. You see, Tomalin, you making a mistake. Tomalin, you making a mistake. You're looking way up there. Tomalin, let me tell you, you're looking way up there. To have a rural clinic to bring health care to the people that need it most down there. The basic health care, like a rural clinic, is way cheaper than when somebody get ready to go to the hospital. You know that, right?
I think what I could suggest,
now you prevent sickness.
I think what I could suggest as a startup, government needs to make it mandatory that all its employees at least must do 2 times a year in medical, physical. Let them take in a physical something where they do the basic thing. I think it should be.
Whatever you say is true, but you need a transformative leader to they gotta cut down to do it.
Yeah, but you see, you're talking two different things. The fact you say expensive, then you say transformative leader. They're two different things.
Yeah, but
it's not expensive.
Yeah, because
it's not expensive.
You try to join that. I mean, our leadership.
Those small manufacturing, malaria, all that thing can prevent it.
You know what I said? You know what I said? Cancer is cured. Liberia got a cure. Well, in Rhode Island. I lived 15 years ago. I lived in Rhode Island, and this lady was giving the girl authorization. She wasn't going to make it. They said, "Well, I want to die. Let me die. Let me go down home." She went home on the highway. The woman said she don't want to enter Ghana one night and went in a bush. Was in the middle of the enter Ghana and went pick something, take that thing there. The lady said, "When she do all sort of, she just coming to herself." And to be frank, we having a watch that service, and the lady gave the money. When
she came back.
He came out of the States now. So when watching that service, everyone was like, I told you the woman more dying. The must say, one message she made, she want to enter pick from the bush and enter die. I believe I will say again, that brother got a cure for cancer.
Okay. And so let me come at you, Tomalin. You see that country, Botswana, when they gained independent, they had less than 2 miles of paved road. When they found diamond, they passed a law. Every proceed that the country make from the extractive industry, it go to healthcare, infrastructure, and education. Today in Rwanda, I mean Botswana, nobody can go more than 5 miles to a health to find a health facility. More than 5 miles.
Leadership.
No, more than 5. But guess what? If we give our resources to people for free, and then we'll go big for money. So how we take care of our people?
Yeah, and it's a beautiful place. And all that city, that rural area. I went to Gaborone, the capital city. Live there. Yeah. Go to all. I mean, it's a beautiful country now. Beautiful, and one of the corrupt-free country in Africa.
One of the corrupt-free country in Africa, Tomalin.
It's not leadership at all. You get right leadership. people trust me.
If not number one, it should be number. If not number one, it should be number two.
The most peaceful, the one of the highly educated people.
Well, the post system. If you even want to buy goat meat, you don't get chicken to your house. I think we can do that. We don't know. That's stay in that country.
Which country?
Botswana. They export beef. They export meat to Europe and Australia. They export meat.
You don't get goat to your house. Go to the slaughter, or you buy it and slaughter. You don't.
You go to the slaughterhouse.
Yeah, but our sister in the country. I mean, I don't know if we'll reach there one day. I hope we'll get there, man. During our lifetime.
No, until we choose to get out to form a leader with just because no, it's all about leadership. And people in CFA, you know, you only got been around for now. See, no, until we get our leadership, we'll face this problem because it starts from the top. Like somebody said, you do tomorrow, President Barga Johnson. Look, I from going forward, all my medical check I'll do at JFK. And I'll put in the national budget, I'll make sure JFK budget is, just all the health sector, increase the budget by 25%. We'll make sure, I don't care how it happens, but in front of minister, make sure the increment is there in the health budget. And
but you saw that memo that came out that time for JFK saying that you got to pay this. If you don't pay it, then when they got busted, they say, oh, that was proposal. The first thing, the person that put that thing on the paper, that'll be your last day working in that place.
Well, there's somebody time I'm working on my paper. The paper, he passed away today in Rhode Island. I want to George Caprio. Very good.
Oh, yeah.
A nice old man. The old man, you go to the court in Rhode Island.
Oh, he passed away?
Yeah, he died today. Yesterday on Wednesday, peacefully. No,
I come in Leo, man. I mean, I'll Leo.
He will give you the. I mean, you will laugh for you. You're fine. You will cry to him. He'll give you a break. He was one of the most compassionate Jewish who ever had happened. You know, all today the Royal Emperor honor him. Yeah, but again, peace to his ashes, man. Rest in peace, George Caprio. We'll miss you. But honestly, my people, until we can put the right person there, we'll be in the problem. And we keep on making the same mistake because right now, again, you're going to get another 20 parties again running 2029. Then we are running, and then say, oh, no problem.
Until CMC, you CMC, man. You're two CMC people here.
My party, my candidate will be announced next year. We'll try what, and we'll clear. It will find out we'll do what we call voter perception survey. We'll find out that it's not possible. It will have a clear pathway.
Yeah, we're trying to find a way that we have we need the appropriate forces to align first.
Yes.
And then we're going to see how there's no one person that's clear and say this person.
Yeah. So right now we'll try. We'll find out the pathway is not there.
The first thing first, everybody got to bury their ego.
Yes, that'll work.
Everybody got to bury their ego, and people got to be honest negotiator. And that one thing I know about Liberian politics, a lot of people are not honest negotiator.
Okay, for that William dealers again.
They have their hand in all the baskets.
Oh yeah, crooked people. You.
So you're talking to the man. You feel you the only person you're talking to. That man talking to all your competitors.
I remember during the election, I was happy what I did. Somebody said Tomalin can't was small. What was that? So right now, with Ifam and Ansari right now, we're trying to find a CPP and vice president for CPP. The person I agree already. The person didn't agree. But I can bet you, if the person go to their base tomorrow morning, the thing will change. So right now, 50-50, we already got a vice candidate for the CPP board. But we're not satisfied. The person I agree for Omar to, but the person get to their base tomorrow, vote the brain will change. And sure enough, when they got their base, everything split.
So Pewee, when you guys were talking, when I said reputational thing, I was saying that for. So if you got an intel and you blast it out, that person need to call that person on the phone right now trying to find out how you need to get a Pewee.
You attach money to
No, that. So that means you call, that person is calling now and say somebody in your office there talking to people there. You need to find out who that.
So we're just asking that there's some guys that are sending messages about they wanted us to ask Fatty guys some question about some of the government officials, but you were not forthcoming. right? So he was actually not for coming.
I think funny guys take out who work with the government. So right now, again,
the door is still open for him.
Yeah, I think, and that's one of the reasons why he was
very measured. If they attempt, but you see that problem now. If they attempt in next year or two, that boy, I think you
no.
Yeah,
Wait.
I would have done the same because.
Wait, you know something? You know something? The LDA needs a good lawyer that got prosecutorial background to be the head. AB was not the person to be the head because AB more operational than sit in the office and let him man carry on the work. You know what I mean? So because you are the head, you set the direction. You're working with the National Security Council, working with the joint security people, and you're getting the resources for your men to carry the work. You know, and then you hold your men accountable to come and brief you. You organize the intelligence. You will know exactly where the leakage are. But the people go on raid, AB, Fadiga, and Bawu, they all walk in the raid together. Who to the office?
Everybody dropping is a lucrative business. You know what's up?
Yeah. So the reason why everybody hearing something. Now the other day say some people here in the cookie jar. Everybody won't go on the food. Why everybody won't go on the feed?
That one. They said, and over 600 people for frozen food alone. I said, they said because you know what? I want the just come true. The frozen food product.
Because the thing is simple. We rather do a raid. I just come downstairs. Hey, give me 10 men. Y'all follow me. Y'all know what we're going until we get there.
But man, the poor Joe, because when you only see on the ground, you know what you get for that.
Yeah, the poor ones that can be greeted out. The support everyone comes from those international organizations. That US something he talk about, all European. A lot of money, and even the US DEA support to the DEA. It's good for operation. A lot of money can come. A lot of operation money coming, but still people want the money from the drugs guys.
I mean, you guys.
I'll take my dog. When you say too money, talk about dog, they'll get a dog snuffed. That dog will die. Say you bring dog in. They say this many sniffing for drugs in the airport. Somebody will get that dog and snuff. That dog will just die. The dog will die.
No. Those are trained for that.
Those are trained. Tommy, let me tell you something. Tommy is correct.
That dog will die.
No, and the dog guy trainer also.
JFK. Tommy, guess what? Tommy, guess what? The JFK. When the people come from the Caribbean, I saw the thing on cable. Let people bring the drugs. They take the cocaine and they put it in a bag that covered with coffee. It's in the middle of coffee. The dog will still smell like coffee, and we'll pull that bag.
You try to get on the door and hit you.
I even let they say another way they can do something too with money, right? When they say they come to visit you, they bring in a gift, they give you drink. So people can drink. Baby, there's a bottle of cognac for you. When you open that in there, they're mad there. They gave you free drink, but that drink they giving you, you say, but what we can tell them give me liquor.
I was watching this show last time, the whole story from Anderson Cooper, right? They got reporting from Ecuador. Ecuador is one of the terrible drugs issues that they used to bring in here. You've got to know that they produce out of banana, right? So the banana is something to bring it out, they bring most of the drugs here. People start uncovering those things. A lot of ways people do those things. So and now what people doing now, they'll put up building those machines, different machines to detect these things. And it's happened. So it just the country will have to put to place some level of policy.
She just said that you put camera on all the codes and so on.
My man, I think that last.
She just say you put camera on, CC camera on all the places now, so when you see people taking bride will catch them.
Because look, they drug is so serious.
When the big case guy now, see what's up.
But you don't have to take a bribe in the courtroom. The thing you just have to set the stand up. The man can take the bribe from somebody will drive to your house and will give it to him.
Yeah, he gonna take it in the courtroom. He gonna take it in your office.
You're not taking it in your office. The thing you have to have stand up and review. So what the Chief Justice should do now, there should be a review panel to review most of those cases. If sometimes the lower court gives some ruling and wherein you are review the evidence, and those kind of thing, you overturn that decision. And if possible, fire that judge and say prosecute him. If you start doing that, you will force people to do the right thing.
Oh, but look at the guy from LTA. So, look at the guy from LTA. The LACC found here a company liable. He went to court, and the court said, "Oh, that's not him. No, that's his company."
They said that the company and the man, I think he had left the company. I think
he left the company when.
I mean, it was like he did divest because he was like, okay,
he divested.
Yeah,
he divested when. He divested when.
When they appointed him, I think.
Yeah, they see man.
When they appointed the man.
Yeah, but all the activity happened during the previous government when he was the main person signing all the paper on behalf of the company. That's his company.
That should carry the company, but not the man. The man was the man.
No. He look. You see the problem with the court system. The guys are use laws that don't even apply to that company, because if you look at that company incorporated document, there's no other shareholder beside him.
Oh, you saw the document?
Yeah, there's no other shareholder beside him, and all the transactions that he was doing LTA for that project, he was signing all the document. So if you don't hold him liable, you hold the company liable. So that who from the company hold liable? We had it. We had it in this country here. We had in the Tomalin. We had in the country doing Enron when Enron had that problem. When Enron had that problem, they held the company, and who the hell they held the executives that were running the company. So if you exonerate the man, then you hold the company. So you will hold a name, the company name.
Good night, man. Tomorrow.
Yeah, good night.
I'm gonna see you. We'll keep on talking about that, bro. One day we'll get it right. Y'all keep on.
Oh yeah, people went and call that guy name. I said, people don't call that. I said, but man, don't do it. He said, no.
That man was suing you. That man.
No, because the whole idea, if you get intel and once you blow it up, that man gonna call you, that man go work over to cover up. That's what happen.
Yeah, but you know, Fadiga, when I focus, you want to do all the things, because where he sat before, intelligence come to you every day, but
but if he got intelligence, he can say openly. He can say openly. I mean, we'll compromise the entity. Yeah. We'll compromise the entity. But I mean, the only thing we can pray for that the drug business doesn't get violent. People start shooting each other.
No, but it will come to that point because it will continue to just cover up, and we start making somebody trying to make the
because today they show the picture of the arresting all the women there. Okay, the women are dealers. So you got user, you got dealer, you got supplier. Who's supplying the women there with those things?
Well, one of the women I heard last night, she said the boss asked her, she said that your pa. She was cut. Do you know how time she cut that your pa give me?
Yeah. So guess what? So the women there like that. That's why I say sometimes they don't move too fast and they don't blow things up. If I know that this woman a dealer, I will follow her. I will keep an eye on her. Where she going and who coming there to drop supply. You know what I mean? But now you catch that woman, you catch the supplier still rolling. So you tell the drop on the market. You tell me, and that woman when I call name, or if the supplier know the cash out, he gone on her. He gone on her.
It is serious, and people dying for nothing.
I mean, you saw the picture of the money and all the drugs, then the thing in the dirt. I mean, the picture of the money. I mean, how sad it is. I mean, these people sit down and make these things and bring it to the country or poor country that are trying to develop.
I said, we're not serious for that thing, man. And people, and some our business people, they're the one that are doing that stuff. They're all involved in that thing. That one person in that thing is a whole cartel.
But nobody who does drug into a country is just an ordinary human being.
No.
You always get protection from high up.
Of course. And if you arrest one of them, the person start, they'll say they go free the person overnight. But right now they said two of the DA boss enforcing right now. Other ones are they didn't say you are authorized you to go do that raid to Kenneja. What you want to do the raid? What that for?
Yeah. So how you tell the man you authorized to do a raid?
I did a raid, so so I want him doing the raid. So you authorized, but you get raid, so they keep on that one. What big deal? Because the interest involved. But I tell you, if the people are serious, if the people are not serious, but next year they think they're all on him plenty. Anybody that running for president should run on that issue, but telling
because guess what? In what the picture I seen, the people in the communities are getting fed up with the thing. It's killing the community.
Yeah, so they call up court tonight and they say they might kill them, some of them might put it in people they get fed up.
And then I'll listen to OKFM on Julia Jess show. I think Julia Clarence. The guy said when the people call the DA, because talking about the vigilante thing. Yeah. When the DA go there, DA say, "Oh, your own people call us on your." So they say send it. Then the DA won't come. You calling and you complaining. You call this hotline number. Nobody won't come. So the people got vexed. They're taking it upon themselves to clean their own neighborhood.
Yeah, and like you said, Jenna, people will start taking running down people the single barrel guns are shooting. That's it was the one that said, "Oh, yeah.
Look, I can give you a clear example. In 2022, I was in Liberia. Okay, my woman retired and just moved there. So the back of her fence, that place should have been an alleyway. That whole place was black. The so then they were using her fence as the wall. At night time, he's sitting on the porch. You just hear the people talking in the dark. The whole place, I mean, that was a drug infested place. So her neighbor, another guy from Charlotte, who had there moved, they decided to call the community leader. The guy came to the house. You know, the guy said, "Can I be?" This how much it would cost to open the alley. When we open the alley, I mean, they have to move. But because you're staying here, you can't be part of it for your own safety. So, getting the money. The next day, we woke up that morning, we just saw them moving the zinc, relocating. And the yellow machine came and open that road. I mean, and these guys would live there, they would defecate and throw the thing over there, so the side of the fence, it just fly, just stay all day. I mean, that's the kind of thing the people going through in the community. All around the country. I mean, all in the city. You know, do you know how many ghettos they got in Moria?
Yeah, I was somewhere passing, I was driving in Kogata last year, was so Kogata. Somebody say, you see that place there, so that they put as a drop village, so drop there. I said, so the police go there, police carry, they don't go there.
Yeah.
So they put got a whole government there, you know, whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's sad, man. It's sad.
And so now the citizens getting fed up because some of the people in the neighborhood, their children falling victim to the thing. Those things are very addictive. If you take one, it gives you the urge for the next one. I know you're going down that rabbit hole.
Yeah, and this health minister issue a memo today, right? They say issue a memo today.
Yeah. I don't know what they say about hashish or shisha. That thing will be smoking the banny.
Or I think they call what you call it in America?
What, the hookah?
Hookah?
Yeah, hookah.
I've done it before. And the hookah, right?
Yeah, hookah. Where they got it there.
I see them do that thing. We sit down drinking pool, we do that thing. What's that?
I said, man, Robert to do it.
Yeah, I want to get up. Robert want to get up somewhere. Robert was doing about watching that. I know.
Yeah, they put up, but then you ban it. They say, oh, health reason. And what about cigars? I mean, cigar just the same thing. So
I smoke cigar and we can once in a while. So my cigar.
Yeah, but I mean the health ministry with the war on drugs. I mean, they got very little to play, but the main part they have to play that rehabilitation. You know what I mean? The rehabilitation part, they don't have to play that part. But the law enforcement part, it has to be strong. It has to be strong. The National Security Advisor and the Attorney General, Minister of Justice, they need to step up the game. They need to step up the game. It is about the game because it's a national security issue. I mean, the thing is nationwide. It's nationwide. So that I tell you how porous the country is. The thing they're coming through the borders. I mean, sometimes they bring the raw material, they bring the component, and the people cook it. They cook it in those same places, then they package it. Because when those things come, they got to sit somewhere and break it up and package it in those small white paper, and then divvy it up and go and distribute it. Yeah.
I don't know, I mean, they get alcohol says when we're drinking the team. By the time we go to the bathroom, what I do, when I go to the bathroom now I was in the bathroom, I was telling one leg a CBC. By the time I was shaking, I said, I'm done now. I owe that.
And then we got these our coastal line. I mean, the people going to fishing, the people going to see the bring things in the country. Who that will stop them? I think the Coast Guard got a few boats, but the Coast Guard cannot protect the 350-mile line. Yeah, so it's a serious problem. Right. But then at the same time, if you bring it in, you cross the first barrier, that one. But you got to move about to move around. DEA cannot be stopping car on the road. You need intelligence. These women they caught today, they shouldn't have caught them. They should have kept an eye on them.
Yes.
They should have kept an eye on them. Because
they want to show real, man.
And they show off too much, and that's why they can never catch the beat. Because if you have kept an eye on them, you will know the source of the supply.
But before I leave, one day, right? What happened? What will come to a stop one day? They will grab one of the top person, top business person or top government official. They will grab them, handcuff them, carry them to court. That time really will stop. You watch it. That day coming. You're coming. Yeah. And people, you're good now.
Yeah, Sarah, she just writing over there. She show up.
That's right, work. Yeah.
Okay, bro. You take care, bro.